Jo, tak já počkám na poslední. Tak jo. Složka na ploše, ve které jsou ty prezentace, jo? Kde jsou tady sledujka.
To je v tom. Jak mám to pouštět?
Jo. Asi by to bylo lepší.
Okay.
Co, a ten počítač je není připravený?
We have to begin.
Yes, we have to.
So we go?
Yes.
Okay.
A to jsou prezentace na první teďka vás
Okay.
I quit my timer.
Yes, we see that we have a delay. And we have to find out why. Proč máme tolik zpoždění?
skrz ten notebook. Já budu pár na slášečka.
Jo.
Mám tady tak svůj
No, we wait projection.
A nemáme obraz České televize, takže stejně jako...
Je tam pořád televize?
Já budu ukázat postav. Vlastně někdo mohl se přehodovat slajdy.
Zkuste jinou zásuvku, možná, že nepojede tady to.
Je to možné.
It's better if we have the image. So we wait a little bit. Okay.
Jo, už jede, obrazovka jde.
Už nejde, už jede.
Aha. Let's go.
Tady je kliker, já nevím, kdo, co máme za
15.
prezentaci.
Grand Prix.
Já jsem tady
To je 15 nad hodkou.
Ty obrazu tady?
15.
Ještě
Ještě
nad tím nad...
Jo, tady.
Mm.
Tak můžeme.
Nice.
Jedeme.
Can I or not?
Don't know.
Maybe dancing?
We are probably ready.
It's okay?
May I or not?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Okay. You have
I'm
excuse me. You have 10 minutes to present the project, and after we have a discussion and
Yeah,
question.
I know.
Okay.
I hope
Okay.
that I
Okay.
can feel it.
Okay. So you begin.
I'm sorry. My name is Iveta Tesařová and I'm from Forma Fatal Studio, and I'm going to talk about Grand Fiero restaurant, which was moved to new address. And I need to point out that we designed the old Fiero from old address to a few years ago. Now something about the concept. The first request of our client was to move the maximum of the equipment I'm sorry, from old Fiero to the new one. And see it? No? Okay. Old equipment from the old Fiero, and this created the direction of the new restaurant. So the new style was too industrial, a lot of metals, rough materials, and some colorful details. Main request from our client was sustainability, and for example he decides to change normal charcoal for coal made from kitchen waste. So we take charcoal as the main memento of the new thinking. Sorry for my English. section, you can see that the main hall of the restaurant with the entrance is situated to the street to the north, and with some tables to use and attract a customer, because most of the restaurants is oriented and closed to itself to the courtyard with the garden. Restaurant consists of four main parts: entrance hall, back part of the restaurants, two private lounges, and garden. And in the middle of the space, you can find toilets. As you can see, restaurant is located in ground floor. Main kitchen and technical background is in the basement. Main hall and back part of the restaurants are connected with the long bar. When you enter to the main hall, you can see the wall made from concrete blocks with pieces of the charcoal, and every block creates some kind of showcase for this commemorative jewel. Another significant element of the restaurant is turquoise floor made from concrete grid. On the left side of the main hall, you can see another element, huge open window deck made from rebars, which refers to the industrial style of the restaurant. Window deck is underlighted with 4 LED stripes, and it's made from 6 parts. Three parts of the steel structure with metal claddings, and 3 parts of the rebars, and everything is mounted on the side because of the dimension and the weight of the window deck. Here you can see the bar made from embossed with metal sheets and with the wooden top. And behind this bar, you can see the elevator from the kitchen for food, and shelves are made from rebars and wood too. If you follow the line, you enter to the back part of the restaurant. This part is slowly opens to the garden through winter garden. Here you can see that corridor to the garden is made from rebars too. This one, and it creates some transparent partition between sitting and passing customers. Here are cows from the old pharaoh and new cow designed only for this one, and it's made from laser cut plywood. Here you can see the winter garden where we put bigger light shades from the old pharaoh with the new installation of the mirror desk, which create some kind of impressive effect of the reflections. And we connected the inner and the outside garden with the terracotta flower pots with the greenery. Because through the courtyard leads the corridor for residents of the building, we try to separated with the wall with some rebars and greenery too. This big metal portal made from a hot rod sheet take you to the first lounge where you can find this charcoal vault. It was hanged by 6 people, almost 7 days. Little. Just some fun fact. This room have trapezoidal floor plan. Client wanted to hide some winothek in this room, so we hid it behind this slant wall, and because we wanted to use the maximum of the space, because this room is a little bit smaller than others. And on this other slant wall, we put a mirror because we wanted to enlarge optical enlargement of the displays. This is the second lounge where you can find another levitating charcoal installation. In the middle of this lounge is a big table with a linear light made from single lighting from the old fair. And because we wanted to emphasize the original space of this lounge, we put the mirror wall, some patinated mirror wall to this lounge too. Opposite the bar, you can find the wall made from burnt wood. Opposite the open grill. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that the bar is made from 3 parts. Drink bar in the main hall, in the middle is open grill, and on the end is the cold kitchen. So opposite the open grill, you find this burn wall, and there are entrances to the toilet.
It's your last minute.
Yeah, on the end there are mirror walls too for enlargement of the space, and you can find the illusion of the infinite space in the circle mirrors. So I think that's all from me, and I think it's important to visit this place because this is about feelings, and you need to use all your senses to understand.
Thank you for all this explanation. I have some questions about your choice, or your choice. Okay. Excuse me. So thank you. I have to put something. Okay. I want to have some more explanation about your choice, because here you have a place we saw in the light, in the daylight. I have been yesterday night to the Grand Prix, and it's very, very different. So it will be nice if you explain how you consider during the night, because it's also in the day, but also in the night. But before, I want to know why you choose concrete for all the decorations, the walls, ceiling, and all decoration, and why the metal, this kind of metal, where they come from in your mind?
Sorry, metal is why
Yes.
we wanted to emphasize the industrial style, because the old mirror was made from
And why the floor is blue?
Blue was and color of the air.
But why? Blue? But why? Why this coloring is simple?
Men så får vi av.
You catch me on the
Okay. And so you explain. I like to know more explanation about your furniture, the chair, all the place, the table, and also the sink you use. It was with some. I don't know the name, but some
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes.
This is the Argenta restaurant, and this detail of the ocean are belts from Argenta, which fly where go. He went to the Argentine and bring lots of belts just for this project. This is the detail which
and the light also. The light is with garden. Yeah.
so it has to evolve.
Do you have a question?
I'm just curious about these unique codes in the lower lounge. Does it have any function like somebody for the sound experience? Like this?
This place, this room is very small, and it has a little wall there, but because the air conditioning needs to put the view in the middle, so the wall is really small to have this ugly detail. I know that we have this air conditioning all over the restaurant, but there are bigger places, and I think it's okay to do it. So we decided to recreate this wall to hide this technical
Like the barrier there. It's really like the arts.
And
it creates some barricade between the really high space of the toilets, because they are really high and really. Sorry, do you know what I mean? Sorry. So we hit them, and for the main.
This one is special.
We choose this one because they correspond with our industrial style, with the metal meshes, which.
And how large was old John Pierrot?
I think that was half of the space.
Okay. Okay. So you need to imagine other place who continue the same spirit.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was really important for our client, that because he was made to move from the old address to new one. And he really wanted to, if you step into this fair, you will say, yeah, that's my grand fair where I was going behind.
Okay.
I'm sorry for my English.
Is there anything that you want to enclose your presentation?
No, I don't think so. I hope that you enjoy it, even if my presentation wasn't so good.
No,
so I hope you like it and enjoy.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to take this?
Now we are online. Yeah, you can start.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
You have 10 minutes to present your project, and after we have 2 minutes to have a discussion and some questions. And
8 minutes.
8.
Yes.
We can make it in 2.
So we go.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about such a modest project. My name is Jakub Filip Novák. I'm here representing the nursery Malvina interior. It's a reconstruction of the interior. I'm representing also my colleagues Daniela Baráčková, Barbara Jelínek and Kristina Prečková. We are no architects. The studio is based on the collaboration between an architect, which is supposed to be me, and Daniela Baráčková, who is a visual artist, and we have 8 more colleagues. Today I'm going to talk about the nursery Malvina. It's a day nursery for 20 kids, which is located in the city center, in the 2nd level of the office building, which is access to the roof garden, which is very important for it. On the beginning, it was just an office filled with toys. That's when we were invited to do something about it. We were experienced with kindergartens before, but we thought we were gonna know what we are doing, but then we realized the day nursery isn't a kindergarten. It's quite different. If you imagine that we are 1-year-old babies and parents put us in day nursery, what would you expect? What would you want? How would you feel? Actually, there's not much you can do as an architect to want baby to come to day nursery, because if you're 1-year-old, you want to stay with your parents, and that's what you have to keep in mind. Also, day nursery and kindergarten. In day nursery, that's much more adults than you would expect, because there's 1 adult for 2 babies. So that's how it's different. On the beginning, this is the floor plan of the beginning. Here we have the access to the garden. It was just an open space with 2 asymmetrically installed columns, and the owner asked us to add office for him, raise the capacity, make clock rooms bigger, and make the day room bigger. So it was somehow impossible task. So we needed to we needed to break the rules and his expectations a little bit. So we tried to change. We had to change the whole floor plan. We need to take kitchen out into the into the day room. We added an office. We restored dormitory, and we focused on the main idea to make it more optimistic in one way, to let the daylight go in, to make it more open. And on the beginning, I was asking, if you were a baby, what would you expect? I think as an architect, you can't help a baby to want to go there because the parents bring him here. But baby reflects reflects adults around him. So we focused also on helping taking down the stress, because it's stressful for you as a parent to leave the baby there. It's stressful for a teacher who's taking care of kids if they're crying, if there's a lot of high noise level, if there's a lot of complications between your work and so on. If it's not practical space, then it rises your stress. So we focused also on adults, not just on the kids. There's a section which was mandatory to show, so we showed a section. This is how we solved the space. We broke the walls and tried to keep it as open as possible. We used the almost white floor to rise the light as much as possible. We set a different. We made a ceiling higher and worked with full colored MDFs and with fibers. Here's one of the principles we worked with to make it practical for adults, for teachers to take care about the babies. So when they are working in the kitchen, serving the kids, they have kids immediately with them. So they save most of the steps, and so you don't have to go away from the kids when you do your duties. Taking care about them, so it's one of them. Just see the babies are really small. This is one of another examples. As an adult, when you're leaving the baby, I had two kids who went through this process. When you're leaving the baby, you're not happy that you're leaving him and you're going to work. So we wanted to make you see that they are comforted, that they are somehow that there's taken care of them. So this is from the cloakroom. You can still see the dormitory and how they are playing and sleeping or whatever. This is from the other side. This is dormitory. We also try to make it as. If you make it open, then you need it to make it multifunctional. So sometimes there are some place or something that it can be used not only for sleeping but also for some playings, or I forgot the word. It's like sort of theater actions. We pushed the technical rooms to make them as small as possible. So because we wanted, when you enter the space, you directly see the garden. That was, so you have immediately the access like a view. We made like a focused place in the day room, because when you're such a small kid, you don't run around everywhere. They put you somewhere and you play within 5 square meters. So we call it playing landscape, sort of. We wanted to bring some little bit challenging space, so it's not as safe as in their room at home. So there are some challenges which helps them evolve and improve. But we needed to make it safe, of course. So it's like it's a softness of a garden. The whole Malvina concept, even because it has also the kindergartens, is based on work with creativity. So there are also like for different ages there are also tables, and they're quite focused on some artistic and creativity works. So we work with that also. We hide the columns and make them some sort of like disappear in the space and use it. This is for a small cave, for example. Kids. this is where you wave goodbye to your kid, and when you're entering, you can see, oh, he's still sleeping. I'm going to wait a little bit. We worked with those motifs, like it's an egg, and then somehow evolving, like small birds and so on. Yeah, we made it practical for grandparents to dress the kids. This is for the notes, what's going on, and so on for parents, etc. And those are the motifs we work with, because we are still in the nursery itself. It's in a rented space. So we worked with. We had to cover some technologies and so on. So we worked with this idea of holes in these MDFs, and that's it. Thank you for your attention. I hope I made it.
It's okay. You have more 1 minute and a half if you want to say something else. But
this was because we were experienced with. This is what I said on the beginning. The point of it was lower the stress of everyone involved.
we understand. So,
I don't know if you have any question.
I have a question. You speak a lot about the garden, and we didn't see any.
Yeah, because
no
it was
garden.
our work was just an interior, not the garden.
Yes.
The garden.
But the garden, you can go to the garden with the kids.
I will show you here on the left. You need to go through the window
Yes.
in here, and the garden. It's on the roof of parking space.
Yes, we understand, but you don't.
We
have
didn't do the garden. The garden was
Yes.
there. We didn't work with.
Yes,
on
but
garden.
you can use it with the
Yeah,
kids.
it's important
Okay.
that they can use it. They have to have garden by the
Okay.
law.
Okay.
So that's. I will show you the entrance to the garden, but
No. We didn't show anything.
Is it in here?
Yes, no.
Is it in
We-
here? Yeah.
we-
So we don't
Okay.
make pictures of garden. So
Yes,
we don't.
Perhaps it will be
Pretend
nice
that it's our
for the future. But I appreciate a lot your transformation and you kind attention at the no stress optimism. It's really very precise, and it's very nice. I am a little bit interrogate about the floor, the white floor. It's very like a sky. It's very open, and I think I'm the high volume. It's perhaps a little bit. I don't know. I explain, but it's perhaps a little bit too high for the kids. No.
Well, as you can see by the window, the height is the key to get the daylight in.
Mm-hmm.
So we like I don't know where it would be seeable the best way. Yeah, well maybe in here.
Oui.
So the height was so the focus was like this, but I think in a
section
it's like.
But I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
you make many
Yeah.
stage or a level for the sky.
Well, the playing place is getting higher, so the ceiling is getting lower, and it's lower and lower. So you have a place to hide for.
It's like an alcove here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Also, you design of the plane, all your combination of little gimmick you use for the cupboard, and it's very nice. I
Thank
appreciate. Okay, you have a question?
Yes. Maybe it's good to mention that it's not a usual typology we have in Czech Republic because of the longer motherhood. We mostly have only the kindergartens, so it's kind of refreshing, one of a few. And I really like it as a big one. I don't know about the small ones, but maybe I would like to know more about the norms and these kind of regulations. Is it strict somehow, or how was the working in this field?
It is. If you compare us with Germany, for example, it's quite strict. it's very like it's very expensive. The business plan is for 50 years to get the investment back. Because if you would do this very same thing in Germany, you would need less toilets. You would need less. You wouldn't have such specified demands about that, because the owner also knows the rest of the EU with this business, because it's a private school.
For me,
So,
it's not a problem. For me, you use very well the money, and it's more important. We see this project, and this project is plain, and all the space have been designed and keep a reflection for the kids, for the parents, and for me it's more important.
Yeah. But we're used to it. It's like that. It has been like that, and it just would be just one note that then it's that the demand, the norms and expectations they're not too flexible for especially for the refurbishment or reconstructions of the actual spaces. So you really need to work. You need to have a daylight measured. You need to. That's why you have to work with the white floor and so on, so to keep the levels of the daylight and so on. And but it's nothing which can be handled. So I wouldn't I wouldn't cry about it. It's just a reality. And it's with the best for the best interest for the babies. We're a rich society; we can afford it.
And that's some more questions. I think we understood
Okay.
all your presentation.
Okay.
It's nice.
Thank you very much once again.
Yeah, maybe last word for the end.
Last word for the end. Yeah, have babies. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay.
Může.
Hello, welcome. We have 10 minutes for your presentation and 10 minutes for discussion, question and answer. Okay, so we are you.
So, hello, my name is Michael Kunz, my colleague Peter Tesař, and we are from Atelier Kunz Architects. Maybe on the start, let me introduce shortly our way of thinking about creating atmosphere and emotions and beauty. It's about living. So we believe we can bring our client better life through our passion and experience with living. We are creating homes. It's our mission. Beautiful work. Okay. And the story of this house. This house is our, in this moment, best example of living in the garden, in the nature. It's about, we say, flat in the garden, because for us it's very important. We are thinking about our kind of architecture, like about creating living, not about the houses in the first place. So it's about connections between interior and exterior, and about one fluent space. So that's why our houses are mostly fully glassed, not because the design, but because the best connection between outdoor and indoor. And we want to force our client to let them live in nature, let's say, between the fences, on the whole plot, because the plot is our playground, not only house itself. The house shouldn't restrict you. Yeah? And that's why we work very hard with the gardens as well, because garden is part of our living spaces. And second thing is very important is disposition. Clever disposition. In this case, we divided the house for separate areas for privacy, for living, and for some, let's say, utility spaces. And we work with client assignment, with their wishes and needs and dreams, how they want to live. And the goal was to create flat living in the garden. And the garden is very beautiful. We were lucky to find the right place, the right clients, the right building company, and technical advisor. Whole team was perfect, and the story of this house is full of happiness. So it's a short explanation of this house. And the area is very beautiful because this plot is set in the middle of forest with lakes and with surrounding area full of meadows and forest. And that's why. And the couple of people, of clients, are, how to say, elderly people with big experience with building of houses they own, and this house is their final house, the last one, and they choose us because we are able to create a living on one level, without boundaries, and it was the issue for them. And you can see that from every part of the house, from every room, you are able to step outside and use your garden and surrounding view, surrounding nature as a part of your living space. And of course, materials, we love using natural materials and surfaces, and like wood and stones and glass. So we think about it like on the big flat in the garden, because it's for us it's the base of architecture, and we create family house. It's not about the house itself and the design, but about the right atmosphere and the right emotions which can we bring to our client to improve their life, to be more outside, to be more alive. Yeah. And we love creating interior, so we work very detailed with the surfaces, with colors, with whole story, whole confluence space. And we begin our work from into to three-dimensional structure of the house, not opposite. And there is you can see that the kitchen is like a captain bridge or center of living area with almost general view to the garden. You can watch your life and life your family, and with big family table in center, and we divide the disposition between this totally glass living space spreading to the garden, and there is a like with total privacy with some let's say master hotel apartment, master bedroom, master bathroom, etc. But as I told you, everything is about emotions, about atmosphere, and the architecture is for us on the second place. Architecture will grow when we will work good with interiors, with atmosphere, with emotions, and with clever disposition. The house itself will grow in three-dimensional structure. Yeah, and we love bathroom because bathroom is for us like a jewel, like a wellness, and have to be connected by nature. Everything is about feelings, your feelings in the house. And that's why most of our works are family houses and interior, because we believe that from our knowledges and experience we can improve, and we do that. We can improve our clients live better life. This is our mission and story of this house. We prepare some short video. You can ask us.
If you have 2 minutes more, so if you want to.
Okay.
It's about maximum 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
I think 2. I think
2?
I think it will be right in time.
Because the area is awesome.
Yes.
What is the
flat
disposition?
house.
Flat house.
Flat house.
Flat house in the garden.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have some question. Your client had a house before this one, and I don't see what came from the precedent house. It's for me, your project is a complete new life, or complete new final house with all the theme. And I am a little bit surprised not to see really what is from your client here. I think you design whole. You propose some new place, some new position to live, and it's for me a little bit strange. But can you explain?
If I understood clearly, the client is very conscious, very experienced by building a family houses, and they wanted to have a final house. The assignment was to create to bring them interior in one level.
Yes, but it's totally new.
Yes, it's
all is new, and it's
not it only look like. There are parts of the house where, in detail touch, you can find things which belongs to them from last.
President living
yes,
place.
yeah.
Okay.
Some.
Because you are so sure of you to give a new place, a new. We don't recognize what is really from your client. It's strange. So perhaps you can explain how you discuss with your client, how it's.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. And we discuss with our clients about what they will want to bring with them from their original interior, and but they are really clever people. And they don't want to bring almost anything because new life for them.
Yeah. They really strong. They really strongly feel the place. They love it, and our mission was to extract all the feelings from the place, or the place of pine woods, and of the place of beaches and lake which is nearby for swimming and going with barefoots in the sand, and sun is shining,
to use a sandstone
and feeling like in a vacation, and to extract this from the place and give it to the house, and to have this feeling and this atmosphere still around them.
Because they chose the place, and this was their assignment.
And that was the goal for them. That was the goal, and to have this feelings like a positivity, light colors, and this atmosphere incorporate into the design. Design not like a design, not like an answer itself. Of course, you have to, like an architect, you need to have a concept, you need to have a design, you need to have the perfect details. But it's standard. It's standard of working. Yes, there is something which is above it, and that's the whole feeling, and that's the feeling of the home, and that was their goal. And of course, there are few spaces which for them are like. Treasures for their things which they have, and it's this part of the playing card table with the library with the things from their traveling around the world.
Some pieces of their
and
lives.
Not so much.
And also, that's a little, but that was their like I told. They love this space, and they want this space and live in this space.
But architecture is also the meeting with a client. It's very important.
We met many
question,
times with
of
them.
The client and the architect, and I see that this house speak about this.
We had long discussion with before we set the final version on this position. Yeah, like how to live and they are elderly, but nowadays they are young because they got a new living, new feeling, and when we visit them, so they are like children. Wow, it's perfect new life.
And another question is just how do you choose stone and materials? Because the stone is the big one. Is it the stone from the district of the land, or why this one? And also this white one, from where it's gone?
It's based on this position because this wall divided the whole house for two separate areas. Toward the street behind this wall is garage, utility, and guest house and main entrance. And in this part of the house is privacy and living space. So it was one idea, and we wanted to use materials origin from this, let's say, area. So area is about sandstone, and these big blocks are sandstone. And this kind of house is not sandstone. We wanted to use it, but it wasn't possible for using for inner. Yeah. So we use the most similar kind of stone. And travertine is very similar from sandstone because it's some layers in the ground. So we wanted to use something which will imagine you to area around you.
Yeah, for me it's kind of hard to believe that everything is like covered in the sun. There must have been any difficulties or something like this.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sandstone
which
is let's say only design, final surface. Yeah, and of course the construction is from part of it from concrete, part is from ceramics, and let's say that the construction of the house is standard in Czech market. It's I understood. This is not static. The sandstone wall is not static construction. Yeah, it's a design because we don't want to use only concrete. Yeah. And for us, we wanted to create one fluent space, one story, and we like to do it like this. That we use 1, 2, 3 materials which can go from outside to inside. Yeah, and to connect the living with the garden, with the nature. Yeah, there is use it. This.
And I suppose the neighbors are not so close, and because your intervention is to live outside, and so many glasses, and to be outside, and so how do you have take for the clôture or the all around how it works?
As I told you, we were lucky with the plot, with the client and with the plot, because the plot is in area where the plots are bigger, around 3,000 square meter, and it's easier to set this kind of house fully glass than to do it in Prague. But of course we have many examples of similar houses with the same way of thinking about the living here in Prague. But of course you can count with the neighborhoods, with view, and with whole atmosphere in the city.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
We can stop here.
Okay, thank you.
Try the fees because it's worth it. So let's do it. Our spot is in the city center of Prague. It's called Žižkov. And it's a historic building from period of functionalism designed by the famous Czech architect Karel Honzík. In the next few slides, you will see a difference between after and before pictures, because I think it's important to show you how does it look like before Golden Egg happened. And there was a brand called Schnitzel King. So yeah, before we took over the area, it was quite in miserable condition. So you can see it on the picture. Also, part of our job was to design a visual graphic identity. So we made sure it's going to be considerate, minimalist, and respectful to the building from the outside. So on the ground floor plan, we can see a seating zone, ordering zone, kitchen, and patio. The main inspiration and important idea was literally a chicken coop, because in Czech villages, people used to form homes for hands from everything what they find, everything what's left in the building. So, of course, we took the inspiration and made it more luxury and elegant, but there is a lot of experiments in the interior as well. You can see it's spacey and fresh. You see different before. When I mentioned the experiments, for example, you can see it on high tables where we used slope blocks, or on the wall there is a plastic structure. You can see it here. It's made from facade glue, and it's quite interesting because they have to make a special tool for that. And nobody actually knew if it's going to stay on the wall because of the weight of the material. So it was quite thrilling and exciting because it cost money. So it was a little bit funny, but it happened. A lot of golden details, of course. And also a bar cladding is made from lost formwork. And it's combined with lighting and also golden details. But you can see a little bit scar here on the picture. It's a golden scar on the floor, which was quite difficult to do it as well, but you can go there and scratch it because it's from real gold. I'm just kidding. This is a little bit interesting because it's an art exhibition, and we made it especially for the Golden Egg project. I like to say that that is some kind of different creative expression of architect, because those are round circles made from unfired clay. And we played with light, shadow, and plasticity, and it seems like it levitates in the space. So it should refer to return to earth and nature. So it's a little bit art in the interior. Also, there is a lot of custom-made furniture inside, but I will say a few things later about that, because important element in all composition inside is greenery. We played with small trees, and I have to say that I killed a lot of them before something worked out, so now I'm happy that everything's green, fine, and alive. We worked with ferns and dry grass, a lot of stones. Also important is lighting in the space. We worked with lights that makes the atmosphere inside, and also important are the technical ones. First floor, on drawing you can see it's a small gallery where are there are small sofas with round tables on the walls. But when I mentioned that custom-made furniture, I would like to say a few things about these benches, because we call them perches or perch because it's inspired by seating for hens and for chicken. They are sitting on just like on the wall on the perch like that. And it's quite funny because after publishing on Arc Daily, it became quite popular, and now we are making few pieces because we want to make it exclusive. We are making few pieces for individual customers, so it's nice, it's cute. A staircase also important, and this is small video, but I think it doesn't work, so never mind. Section plan. Yeah, there is no section plan. Is there? I don't know.
Yeah, the best section plan.
The best section plan. Yeah, it's open space. I wanted to say that the section plan shows the oversized headroom of the space. And we work with that, we emphasize that by using vertical materials. So the visitors, they come in and they don't perceive just in the horizon of the eyes, but they are forced to raise the head and see the space and feel some emotions. So that was what I wanted to say. Patio is also a very important part of the project because people love it. In the summertime, there is a full house, and the main meeting point is a horseshoe-shaped table around the full-grown tree. And it's cool because in summertime there is shade and cool, and it's really quality space where you can relax. The wall on the side, yeah, it's custom-made as well, but there is a wall on the side which is what is used for wooden grid, and that wooden grid is grown by climbing plants. Now it's all green. But there is also 2 long tables, which are in different high levels, completed by also stools from slope blocks. And the terrace continues with a long garden. And somewhere in the middle of the garden, there is a subway vent. And we transformed that vent into something more attractive and alternative box. And there is a small garden on top of it, which is like a levitating oasis in space. And around the perimeter of the box, there is a small table where you can have a drink on stand with your friends. Overall, I go back. Overall, from the interior to exterior, Golden Egg should offers to customers opportunities to meet over a good food and drink. And in each part of the space should be surprisingly good environment where you can feel happy and talk to people. Also, Golden Egg transport you to the futuristic urban metropolis, but still with a cozy character. And that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Why Golden Egg?
Why Golden Egg? That was something that we discussed with the investors. Okay. They knew that the concept is going to sell eggs in many variations, as I said. So they thought about it like, it's not like average eggs. They are well-based plant, and the chickens are on green every day and everything like that. So it's like bio, fair trade. So it's really golden because it's nature and it's organic.
And could you come back to the plan? Because I don't understand the patio and the garden.
Yeah.
It's outside and
it's
in
outside.
the street. It's open.
Yeah.
It's open to the street.
This is the main street,
yes,
and
we
this
have a corner.
Another street, and it's open to the side.
Okay.
Yeah, and there is a wall.
Okay. And it's easy to have a patio in the street for the client. How it's gone that?
Yeah, it is easy for selling the product because people see it, they want to come in. But it was different to communicate with, how to say, the historical department, because they are very careful and strict about things that are going to happen in the space, because the building is historic and it's hard to do some changes.
And the garden is after.
Yeah, it is.
But it's a nice idea and nice place, but it's not easy to wash and to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That could be some problem, but it works. It's nice.
The truth is that every night some people sleeping on the table, that horseshoe table. Everybody, it's like party place after closing time. So there is a lot of people.
Maybe a question about the artistic touch.
Yeah, definitely. I like that.
Who made it? Was it you or your office, or did you collaborate it with any artist, or how was it?
I made it with my own hands. Yeah, really, I did. I collaborate with my friend, which she's making a lot of from ceramic and clay and everything. So I had important information how to do it, but I was really I did it. I actually did it.
And it will become a place to open for other intervention or not?
You mean like for
a future intervention, artistic intervention?
Yeah, it is.
There is other place, or this thing, this art intervention is fixed.
It's fixed.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can put it out the circle, the round, and you can change it. But
okay.
if it's gonna stay there.
Okay. Okay.
You can see it here.
Okay. I appreciate you when you said you do what with furniture and design with what you have and what you can have, and you. I think your project is very nice. Also with this spirit, it's very nice.
Thank you.
And I saw I see also overline. It's on the floor and on the wall. Is it also gold?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are some marks on the floor. We can see a little bit that scar, which is on the wall as well. But there are some marks on the floor which are sprayed, and it's like a more interesting combination on the floor.
And you know the fashion of the Japanese who make who stick something is broken and with golden
yeah,
glue.
I saw that.
It's not glue, but you see what happened and the new life, and it's
it's something a little
yes,
bit
I think,
a little
it's
bit
a little
same.
bit like that.
Yeah.
It's very nice. Okay, but I don't understand exactly what you do with along the wall, along the stair. Excuse me. Yes, with
the
with
plastic
line.
structure. You
yes,
mean?
I don't understand.
It's made from facade glue. It's
Facade glue.
It's material you put on the facade, and
Yes.
on that you put real facade. It's really a glue. That material, cement.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
like
It's
some.
first layer or the base layer,
Yeah.
and after that you put like the final.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the
okay.
final actually,
Okay.
and that's the nice thing because it's not final, but we made it final.
Okay.
Maybe also another thing, we were speaking about the scar and all these experimental things, and which of them were like intentional? You thought about them earlier, and which of them happened on the side? So
Yeah, we already knew there will be some exhibition of art. We are not artists, but we are architects, and maybe we can do something like that. We wanted to try, so we definitely knew that this is going to happen, something like that. And also we knew that we will be working with custom-made furniture, and we want to make them. So that was just 2 or 3 points that we knew, and everything else, it came up with process.
So there was just a scar, and you painted like gold and made it like.
Yeah, just like that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, splash it.
It's okay for us.
Thank you then.
Thank you very much.
I thank you.
Zkouška zvuku. Zkouška zvuku. Právě probíhá zvuková zkouška. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Hello.
Thank you. So I just explain with few words. You are 10 minutes to present your project, and after we have 10 minutes to discuss to have a question. Okay. So we are learning you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Martin Rusina. Our office, Rusina Frey Architekti, is a Prague-based studio, and I would like to explain or show you our project for a community center in Opatovice 1, which is a tiny village in central Bohemia, not far away from Kutná Hora, and it has 117 inhabitants. But it has, I think, a quite active community, and what they needed is a house for their community purposes, because they don't have, or they didn't have any place to meet for the whole village. So they bought an old house. It's over the pond there, which when we visited it first, well, we found a nice house, but a very worn out house, which was the old living house, and then also there was a ruin of a barn, and there was a hovel. And the idea was to transform it somehow into a community center. When we stepped in first, we could see still the remnants and, let's say, traces of the former inhabitants of the house, which was, I think, an old man who died several years before. So it was very romantic indeed, but, well, it was not in a very good shape, as you can see. So that's the courtyard, for example. So what to do also? The budget was also very tiny, but we liked the place very much, and we liked the mayor, and so we decided for a workshop. So we moved in the house for a weekend, and did some photographs, thoughts, and came up with a concept, which we then finally presented in the local pub to the inhabitants of Opatovice, and discussed the project as well. It was agreed, they liked it. Just to explain very shortly the concept, it was intended to have it in 3 steps. In the first step, what could be preserved from the house and from the other buildings would be preserved, also the garden. In the second step, the former cowshed and barn would be transformed into the community hall. And in the third step, another ruin of the barn would be transformed into community housing, a small house with 2 apartments. But this didn't happen yet. It will have some time to finish the project. You can see the layout, which is a very traditional layout on the left side, with a living room on the front of the building, a kitchen in the middle, and a kind of a storage, and then there was the former barn and cowshed, which we changed into the hall. And also we interconnected all the 3 spaces together, so you can see it in the longitudinal section. The old part and the new part. What was important for us was to preserve the whole length of the building and merge the old and the new parts together. There was also an idea to use the roof for living or for housing, which we rejected, and finally because we didn't want to change the old parts of the building and do any changes into the shape of the roof, which was important for urban context for us. So you can see the first glance of it as it looked like. Then there was a simple visualization. We wanted to use very simple materials also to meet the very small budget. then after some complications, the construction started with demolishing the old part and preserving the walls in the older part. The new annex of the hall, you can see the two roofs that are connected together, and that is the result. So it was very simple, very easy to just connect the old and the new building into one, use some traditional details and materials in order not to be too much disturbing in the surround, but to become a functional building. So for example, in the place where originally there was a kind of barn with walk-through, we inserted new big sliding windows covered with sliding barn doors, so you can walk through and look through and enter the garden. And also we preserved the outer part of the building in front of it and reconstituted the old facade to well recover forgotten windows. And there is a club room for about 25 people inside in the former living room, which is also very simple, rustical, village-like, with a kind of chimney, and that's the very simple kitchen, which preserves some of the original parts, like the stove here, or the floor tiles. And they are, of course, new toilets, because that's the transitional part which can be used for the hall, which is a kind of a space. You can see here the look through the from the hall to the kitchen and to the club part, and it's a place where people can gather, where can have their community, well, events, drink beer and chat and have their feasts, and well, that's formally that's it. I mean, you can see here the context, so this is why we wanted to have the roof without any openings and just confirm the traditional well, appearance of the building. And finally, after all those COVID years and interruptions, this year finally the people of Opatovice could start using their community center, and well, we believe and think that they are satisfied with their new building. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, I put my timer. And do you don't speak about the other part of the buildings, the other building?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Could you say how is it now?
Yes, I will explain what happened. Yes. Well, this is that's the neighbor's barn, so we didn't use this. It was not our plot, but what we changed slightly is the hovel, the car the shed, which was in the. But I'm afraid I don't have a proper picture here, so I will go back to this. So this is this building here. Here at the beginning. Yeah.
And also about the green one and the green.
Yeah. So that's the building. That's the main building. Yes, that's the hovel, the shed for cars and lorries and so on.
But now is it under construction?
Yes, we reconstructed it, but it became new plaster and a new roof. So it also is a very simple part. And this one. Is a proposed. So there used to be a barn, but it's a ruin only, as you can see on this picture here was this one, so you can see on the walls. So in the next step, which is not finished yet, we did finish the project, but it's not. They didn't start with the construction. There will be a kind of a small wooden house that will be placed inside of the barn, and we would like to use some of the stones or remnants of the walls, and there will be two, or it's proposed to have two apartments, very tiny one, for the purposes of the city, of the municipality.
To know if the project is continued.
Yes, yes,
okay.
yes, yes.
We don't speak about
no, that's clear.
what we don't see, but
yeah, of course, yeah, it will continue. We hope so, and because the mayor is, I think, is very bright man, and it was not just possible to get the money for all the buildings, but it will go on.
Just want to have a question about traditional detail or traditional materials. For the roof, you use a black roof for the renovation. Why?
Well, there was a discussion.
It's very.
It's contrast.
Contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast with the
That's
other.
True. That's true. But we didn't want to go back too much in history. So we wanted to show or set a mark up that it's a modern building. So it's a kind of a transition or transformation. It is a ceramic roof, but it is, well, it's black. So we did want to use traditional details and materials, but we also wanted to show something new. And if you would look through the village, there are different roofs as well, as you can see, a concrete one and so on.
Yeah, maybe I'm more interested about this the using of this space in a small village like this. How does it function in, I don't know, aren't there any tensions between the normal pub or something like this? I mean, like...
well, they have a house on the, well, it's not a marketplace, but they have a house where they have a small pub, where they have a small shop, and where the municipality's offices are. But the pub is too small. It has capacity only, I don't know, 30 people. So they couldn't make any big events for the whole community. So also there were no other rooms for, I don't know, when, for example, hairdresser comes and or if sometimes they want to I don't know, do some discussions or whatever, so they didn't have a place to do it. So this was exactly what they needed. They needed a bigger hall for not everyday's use, but this will be used more often. This will be used on, well, I would say, on special occasions. Several, I don't know, a dozen a year or so. And I think it works quite well. They have also an exhibition right now in there, so they are using it. Because the problem is in a lot of small villages, and not even villages, but also bigger municipalities in Czech Republic, they don't have any assembly halls or place where they can meet, and they then have to rent spaces in well, in other villages or cities, which is kind of humiliating for them. And but a lot of traditionally such places were always connected with pubs, So there was usually there was a pub and there was a big dancing hall, but a lot of such pubs, they vanished. They just closed, and especially during the last decades, it became worse and worse. And so the municipalities, they don't have the property. They don't have buildings. They usually don't have even the land. So that's a very problematic thing, and it's not the only project in which we have to cope with, and it's not the only project like this.
I have a question. Do you have a question? Yeah. Just a detail also. You use a wallpaper in the large room, special large paper with flowers. And how do you choose? Because in your project you don't have. And why do you use this kind of...
The wallpaper?
The wallpaper.
Yeah, well, it's not real wallpaper. It's a paint. It's a
paint.
Yeah, and that's also a kind of traditional detail here in Austria, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, and just Middle Europe, I would say, because there was not such a big tradition of wallpaper because wallpaper was expensive. Okay. So in Middle Europe, it's paint, but it pretends to be a wallpaper, okay. And we wanted to use it because we thought that just having white wall would be a kind of dull. So we wanted to have a detail that would help to, I don't know how to say, just to have some kind of a detail and create a more cozy space which will be more familiar to people, because it was traditionally in all pubs and all the big halls. Yeah.
You have a question, and we have not so many time, so...
Yeah, I will be just quick. It seems I understand this wallpaper. It's also, I think, it seems that you have a very well-developed strategy, or let's say a conceptual starting point for architecture, for the outside and for the interior. My question is, have you had the same rigor of a conceptual approach to the garden? Because obviously on your pictures there are garden. I mean, that was a homestead, it was a farm.
Well, yes, it was
now,
kind of a farm.
So it's a new function. So in architectural terms you have covered the tradition and the new function with some of the detailing and some material decisions. Yeah. But what about the garden?
Well, the garden, we would like to have a little bit more control over the garden, but they decided a little bit different. I mean, when we came in this May, because there was a long interruption caused by the COVID, the rear part of the garden was, well, there's still apple trees, and but there was a lot of rubbish, and so it was cleared, but it was not our work. I mean, also this was not our work. We just saw this first time when we came in May. But I think it's the garden was nice, and yeah.
Okay, we have to stop now.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon.
Some few words. We have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and after 10 minutes for question and discussion. Okay?
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Okay. So my name is Karel Kubza. I'm from Atelier 4, and I would like to share some insights and provide some background to our project, which is social housing in Bílovice nad Svitavou. For some context, Bílovice nad Svitavou, it's a small town of roughly 3,500 people, but it's in very close proximity to Brno, which is the capital of Moravia, like a regional capital, which means the setting is more suburban. It's in the countryside, and the dwelling is rural, suburban. We were approached by the municipality to design social housing for them, so it's a public contract. We were asked to bring at least 5 units to a site of a former furniture shop, and we had quite a strict budget we had to accommodate. So the area, does this work? Oh, it's over here. This place is the former workshop, and as you can see, there are quite tightly packed family houses, old and new, around narrow streets with difficult parking. There's a variety of different styles and houses of different types, but the scale is quite small, and it feels like a village. On the side, there's quite some slope, so there's some slope on the level of the street and also on the cross section, because it's a south face of quite a big hill. And yeah, so this is the site. And the main idea and the main goal of our design was the social aspect of the building, because we found out in an analytical phase that the tenants not only face some difficulties regarding budget and subsidized living, but they also may have difficulties in a social sense, like a lack of support from their families, and oftentimes they are relocating from quite far away, so they are coming to a very new place for them, and they have no social connection whatsoever there. So we wanted to design a house that will help them not only with the living itself, but also help them to build a community, to have some new connections, and also provide them with a sense of ownership, let's say, or some responsibility for their own new place. As for the design, it was mainly driven by these three issues, which is the context. We wanted to keep the scale small. We want to obtain the social aspect of the whole thing, and also the budget was quite strict. The building has a budget of roughly 86,000 euros per unit, which was quite low. So we rather than to build a standard block of flats, we decided to build a row of these 5 little houses next to each other on a concrete box or base which has inside the parking. It works as a block of flats, so it has central heating and central utilities in the basement, but otherwise the houses work separately, let's say. And also the jagged roof, it helped us to bring the light, because this is the south face to the street. So if we wanted to have some privacy, we are open to the north, and we needed some natural lighting inside. So the jagged roof also works with that, and it brings the light to the back rooms facing north. Here you can see the main floor plan. So you have this porch, which would be a hallway in a normal housing building. The street is over here, and in the back there is a small backyard. It's wedged in the slope, as I said, so it's quite small, but it provides another outside area. And here the main living areas are connected directly to the backyard, and they have access to the outside. To accommodate for the tight budget, we had to come up with some solutions which are to basically effectively allocate the money. So the whole thing has perforations in the basement, so we didn't need artificial ventilation. The floor plans are very minimal, but we wanted the space to be as simple as possible and flowing. Also the stairwells bring natural light to the center of the floor plan, so everything is minimal but have some sense of loftiness. Here you can see the upper rooms, which have quite nice view of the river valley, and they are open to the roof space, so it has again some sense of loftiness despite the minimal floor area. All the materials or all the solutions are very let's say cheap, like simple, and nothing special. We wanted to keep it low maintenance and low construction costs, but we wanted to provide as high quality space as possible. And also the common spaces, like what would be the hallways and entrances, they are open space. They are outside of the building, so they are as cheap as possible and easy to maintain. Every house has a small porch and a flower pot next to the entrance, so they can make it their own. They could meet each other, things like that. The backyard garden could be either divided between the flats or can serve as for the whole community. It depends on the tenants. So as you can see, we basically wanted to design a house that will help the tenants to build a healthy community. That was the main thing, and also to be a real social housing, not only in the sense that it's low budget, but it will help the people and it will help hopefully the society as a whole. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. So you speak about 6 units.
Yeah.
You speak about 6 units, but I count only 5.
Yeah, this one it has like 2 studios,
okay.
One above the other.
The studio is separate.
Yeah,
okay,
we basically have 3 different type of flats. Mm-hmm. 3 2-bedroom, these 2 1-bedroom, and then 2 studios.
It was different typology.
Yeah, so that they can provide for different kind of like single parents or small families, things like that.
Yes, okay. I appreciate your approach and also the simple material. I think it's a good choice. You explained that the town was with a little bit different type of houses all around, and you chose to do the same skyline for this block, and so I can read. Excuse me for my English. I looked at like one block, and not individual intervention. Is it what you want to do?
Yeah, definitely. We wanted to have this feeling of the one building, which is divided, between. So you have it's a block of flats. It has the basement or the base connects it all it's very simple, but on the other side there are hints that these are different flats and different tenants in each other.
The basement, you choose to live in concrete like that? It's concrete? Or
yeah,
not?
well, the idea,
not, yes,
the
okay.
idea
it's
was
not really concrete, I think.
To
we saw the shadow of the perhaps the element, no?
Well, the idea firstly was to build it only from the concrete blocks and to leave it like that with the pattern and all. Okay. But during the construction, then they weren't so precise. So yeah, we decided to cover it with a plaster, which will resemble the concrete. But it's a concrete block of concrete, and it's built from that. Therefore, these openings, they are between the blocks. Okay. It's not monolithical.
And what is the black doors just before the wood?
These,
here?
you
yes.
think? Yeah, there are electrical appliances and also, rubbish bins behind the wood and things like that. So all the utilities are hidden and don't litter the street, let's say.
Yeah, I have a question maybe to the choose of materials. Maybe if you can put some interior images there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
These
I mean,
and these.
I really totally get the idea to use the low-end materials.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just asking maybe instead of like having like the super precise or perfect ones, maybe why would or yeah, that's my thinking behind it. But what about using some rough materials, like not really used for the
yeah, there was
just to get something and use it in a different purpose than it usually is.
Well, to be honest, we had this kind of thinking as well, but during the design phase, we were discussing with the municipality, with different people involved in the project, and in the end, it turned out that these materials are basically easy to replace, easy to find. There were also some concerns to build it as fast as possible because there were some money from the European Union involved and things like that. So it was like the easiest solution, and it's meant to serve for 5-10 years, and then maybe they will repurpose it for some other use. I mean, living as well, but maybe in a different way. So these materials are basically what they wanted, or what was the in between our and their approach.
Okay, thanks. And maybe last one about the common garden. You told us it's up to the tenants.
Yeah.
So, do you have any
how it works
idea
now?
How it's working now?
Yeah. Well, they divided it like to a half, so everyone has like a little terrace and some things, flower pots and toys for the kids and things like that. And there is a like a common area over here, so they wanted to basically have their own place, which they will be responsible for, which I think is great. And yeah, it's a bit messy, you can see that, but it feels inhabited and it's natural. So we are quite happy about it. Yeah,
it's kind of good that they still have the common space.
Yeah, then they can meet there. It's not very private, but you have at least something, outside, because you're living in a kind of a village. So we wanted to provide that, and yeah, I think the meeting place and the connections are the main thing that we are hoping for there. So hopefully it works.
I just remark that the stair to go on the balcony, the common balcony. What is the material?
This one, these are
Stone?
no, these are concrete blocks, like pre-made and.
Another color.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's and we also have a slight different colors here, which could, either lead or divide the private space and the hallway over here. So there are different like small details, small hints, and.
We remark it then.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Hello. You have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes to discuss and some questions. So, go.
All right. Thank you very much. So let us introduce you the cafe container. The name container would indicate it's made of one, but it's not entirely true. The ground floor of the container is a stack of 2 recycled shipping containers. The top floor then is one extra container that is placed diagonally on the top of other 2, mainly in order to create the terraces. And then the whole structure is heavily perforated with large-scale openings in order to maximize the connection between interior and exterior of the cafe.
As you can see from the site plan, the larger terrace is oriented towards the park, and the smaller terrace is oriented towards the street, to a more busy part of the area. In the floor plan, you can see that we're kind of sheltering the visual and sound of the street using the technical rooms, bathrooms, and bar from the visitors area and entrance area. The top floor is basically a glass box placed in between 2 terraces. It's accessible via the stairs, and it also has a second bar located at one end. It provides a sort of lookout point for the area, a different perspective.
All right. The section then shows arguably the most interesting knot of the building, and that is the intersection of the 2 base containers and the diagonal one top, which is obviously used for stairs here. And this is already how it looks nowadays, early in the morning before the cafe opens, and it's sort of lifeless, and it almost reminds of some utilitarian industrial black box rather than anything else. But from the closer look already through the large-scale openings, you see that it has probably a little bit different purpose, some sort of public facility, restaurant of sorts, or a cafe. And during the day, gradually, when the cafe opens, the atmosphere changes tremendously into almost some kind of spa-town promenade, we like to say. So this is how it looks during the sunny day. Again, the terrace of the cafe before it opens, sort of mysterious, empty lookout. Gradually during the day, it turns into this shelter with open canopies that prevent you from the direct sun. Maybe you want to continue, Shata?
Yeah, we try to be contextual not only locally as a context of the square, of this specific square, but in context of the whole neighborhood, which used to be very industrial and now changes to very lively, service-oriented, urban neighborhood full of cafes. And so the idea was to merge these 2, kind of the industrial past and the more urban-friendly future in this building.
Well, these are 2 shots from the Instagram of the owner, of the operator of their cafe, and in fact they make very interesting point for us. As it's kind of proof of our initial intent not to create standalone iconic object, but rather to create decent but neutral grayish background for all the activities and people and visitors that will eventually occupy the building. And that counts for this image and for this image as well.
Talking about the interior, it mostly consists out of simple materials, rather cheap industrial objects, combined with kind of very soft fabrics of curtains which bring the diffused light, soft diffused light inside. The bar is located between 2 glass windows, 2 glazed facades, and so we try to make it out of very perforated materials, perforated metal, so it doesn't block light in any way and continues in this kind of transparency. In the detail, we continue with the same concept, simple materials, perforation, lots of transparency, translucency, and on the background you have industrial but very soft fabric of curtains, which kind of softens the colors and the noise and the visuals of the busy street.
So this is the view to the main stairs. Now, very common, I would say, cheap building materials here are somehow promoted into design features. Here, the ventilation ducts are stretching from the stairs, creating some sort of a column, and then go alongside of the glass facades. And this is the view from the ground floor, where arguably the most specific feature is that corrugated metal sheet that covers the back of house, and in a way it creates a second curtain to the first fabric one that Shota was spoken about, and so this kind of duality between a usage of cheap building materials and some sort of more pleasant, you would say, interior materials as curtains are. This is the view to the bar on the ground floor. It's a simple metal construction that is embedded in a niche made again from the corrugated metal sheets.
So while we try to use very simple materials and kind of very rough industrial aesthetics, we also try to bring them to very fine detail and often kind of custom-made detail. So here you see the switches, which are integrated in one panel, which visually kind of refers to the aesthetics of power plants or big industrial switches. On the other hand, the total deviation of the overall idea is the colors of the bathrooms, the very bright green and very bright pink, which are there to kind of differentiate from otherwise very uniform color palette of the whole building.
So apart from the rest, we've also created the visual identity of the cafe that mainly consists of this logotype K that refers to the container in Czech language, but also it's a sort of graphic translation of the three overlapped containers that are stuck on top of each other. So this one shows on the two short facades on the top container, and obviously is here to advertise the container. In a little bit different form, it's used on other elements, both inside of the cafe, on the dishes and so on, but also on the social media, as you could have seen on that Instagram logo. And that's it, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe a short question for the beginning. I didn't get the city. Where is it? So which city is it?
The cafe is located on Ortenovo náměstí, Prague 7. Quarter Holešovice.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for this presentation, very complete. And a question, is it a definitive building, or it's it can be at another place, for example, or we can move it to put it at another place, because the place where it is built. I have a question. We don't know exactly where is it.
Okay.
Is nowhere. He's here. It's function because there are people, there are the street, there are park. We don't know exactly if they are nature or not nature. It's a little bit strange. We imagine that this building could go at the other place because it's like a container.
The initial kind of requirement from the client was he had an agreement with the city that he can rent the area for 10 years with possibility of prolongation, but no definitive fact that he can prolong it. So he asked us to make it in a way that it is contextual, it fits there, but if would be necessary, it should be not impossible to relocate it. Container in general obviously brings us the idea of ease of moving and transforming, but for us, I think it should be this kind of on the verge. It's not quite movable container like on the Bible side, but
negative question. My question.
No, I'm
because the container support also the moving, the move.
For we kind of like this ambiguity. It's kind of a container which is brought there and kind of grew into the place a little bit. Maybe it's not 100% contextual in one sense, but it sort of tries to be.
Maybe about the construction itself. I mean, if you like take all of the walls and put the glass window instead, is it still, you know, self-supporting, or do you need any additional supports?
Well, in fact, the shipping containers are made of a frame structure. So whatever is load-bearing is just a frame, and all the facades, if you like, could be taken away, and you only have this kind of scaffolding construction that you can again clad with anything else. So we took this as an advantage and turned solid walls into windows.
In fact, the windows were not the issue in this case, but what was a little bit of an issue was the rotation of the top container, because normally they are calculated to be placed exactly on itself, so there it required some additional supports, but rather limited, not many.
And I appreciate you use this very, very little space and volume with many materials, but all are very simple in the game of each together. And I have nothing to I have not so many questions. I think you design all from the beginning at the end for the mark and also perhaps the curtain. I don't understand why curtains are inside. I appreciate the curtain, but I think when we are in so small space, we don't stay under curtain.
Well, this is very. I mean, it wasn't initially the plan, but gradually, when we were inside of the container, it felt. I mean, we got this feeling that it needs some diffuser, if you like, that would eventually separate us a little bit from the exterior, because if it's all solid walls, it's very narrow, maybe claustrophobic space. So we did the opposite. We opened it up. So you sort of sit in a lookout. You have to view both sides, but that maybe caused a little bit of insecurity. So we wanted to bring back this coziness, this closeness of the walls, and we solved it with this kind of curtain that allows you to look out, but both be partly hidden or like mentally hidden from outside.
Also we felt that a little bit of kind of softness which brought by textile kind of highlights the rest, makes more clear the rest.
And the floor, I don't remember. You used the materials for the floor.
The floor of the cafe, I mean, it fits to the color palette, but it's made of vinyl. It's like plastic floor, and that's mainly because of the floor heating that is placed underneath in order to heat it up in winter months, and also because of the slight movements of this metal construction. So the vinyl was ideal for it. So it visually reminds of, let's say, concrete screed or something, which we like, but it's plastic.
Okay. I think we understand all the project. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
jenom e-mail, že jo? Takže vám to z tohohle sám můžu přeposlat.
No ne, přeposlat rovnou to stáhnu, to bude nejrychlejší. Je tady někde to?
Co?
Ta karta?
To já nemám tady. Jedna zkouška. Jedna zkouška. Zkouška.
Hello.
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 You have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes for question and discussion.
Okay, perfect. So sorry for our like basic English, so it will be not perfect, but we will try to explain what we have done. So we design a family house in Hotka. So it's not the center of the Prague, but it's like close center. The surrounding area is mostly stabilized. So this flat was empty, and we tried to fill it in. When we approached to that, we wanted to connect the exterior with the interior. To maximize this feeling, we divided the function to 4 volumes, which are maybe visible, and the volume between those 4 volumes, we filled it in with a wooden structure, which helps to improve the feeling of like outside. Except of volumes, we used other materials as structural plaster to have this exterior feeling. So even with what you see in the layout, we have each volume has function, separate function, and the wooden construction, wooden structure is mostly in grid, and it looks more tidy and more simple. There are 2 layers of function, like this day function, which is on the ground floor, which is open to the garden, and first floor, which is more for night. We have like bedrooms and terrace there, and greenery on the roof. Here we have some small cut through the corridor, where is visible most the plaster, which goes through exterior to the interior. We tried to have this detail really minimalistic, so you feel like outside, and this minimal urbanism helps with connecting with the connection to the garden. So maybe it's visible, maybe not.
Yeah.
Here we have like the first picture from the street. There is some old vines going on the edge of the plot, and here we have here we see this stabilized street, which we have old tree and mixed of neighbors. We have some functionalism. We have some like old school's building, and we wanted to be included to the part which is more functional. So the funny thing is that when we go through the neighbors, we found few buildings which are really similar to our ones, and we were really surprised that it's included to the rest of the street. Here we see like detail of the corridor, the plaster, candelabra plaster and garage, and we move to the interior, where we have we see this grid structure of a corridor structure, on the wooden ceiling, and there is on the other side there is a staircase which is also like a corridor and divides those volumes. There is a look on the staircase from first floor. there is like small touch of greenery on the wall. We use this grid also as a source of light. So we have few windows and also some artificial lights which are not light on right now. But this is the like natural light. A small detail on that. This is also detail of handrail and the plaster. And here we see the living room. Living room is in square shape, and it's connected to the kitchen, and the volume of the stairs is visible, and we also place there a fireplace. To connect this exterior and interior, we used concrete floor, which continues to the outside. It goes from the front street to the interior and to the exterior, and it's the same concrete with a little bit better finish for cleaning, but otherwise it's the same material. Just a short look on the living room, and here we have kitchen. So the kitchen we take as a also, or the part where we eat, like the dining room is a part of corridor, and we use it as a meeting point. So it's also under the wooden structure, and the kitchen with all appliances are in the house, like separate from it. There is short look from outside. We use the wooden structure is going a little bit outside, and it's mostly because the owner used to smoke and he wants to be covered, so that's why. But we also like the like the expansion. There is a small look from the garden where we see connection from dining room to the terrace, and windows from bedroom and living room. This mini urbanism makes this make this feeling of outside, and we connected with the water, and on the left side we have a swimming pool, small one, and it's like a part for activities and pleasure. The garden is really minimalistic in the center, and the wild garden goes around. So maybe it's visible in the beginning. Yeah, it's here. So it's mostly tidy for like clean grass for some football or some game for kids, and the rest is like wild and make some natural barrier to the neighbors, which are still okay. Neighbors are fine, so it's not needed so much. But in some cases, it's useful. So I don't know what to say more because it's only family house. So we didn't make it complicated, and I think it's readable for like the function like really easily. So it's not complicated. The complicated part was in the construction. Yeah? So because all minimalistic approach have to be is complicated in the detail. So, but otherwise it's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have a first question about selling in wood, square wood, like a structure. Sometimes I saw it's wood, natural wood, and sometimes it's white. No. What is how this choice between white and
actually the truth is, and I will say the truth is, we wanted to have it in the natural wood, but our investor, he insists that he wanted to have, actually he didn't want that wood at all, because he is like a cool guy and he didn't want to have some warm stuff there. So there was like, it's a like combination, it's compromise with client and us. Yeah. So that's why we have this wide wood. It's only finished. It's like only so in time it will go. I think gray. So we count with that, and actually I like the idea that it will be gray because it's like natural part of getting old, and so we in the end we will have two colors, the gray one, and in interior it will be like more brown.
And you don't imagine to do the same wood, very light wood, also in the staircase and all the.
Actually, we wanted to have it a little bit separated because the ceiling is like one layer, and we didn't want it to have it like in one volume or in one structure. It's mostly about these layers that we use.
Yeah, maybe my question is connecting to it. I don't know if you spoke about the reasons why you choose the two different plaster patterns, or why is there
we
this
want to have this feeling of street. So you when you go, like if you are in this corridor, you feel like you are going outside, and maybe it's not visible from photos, but if you go through, I'll go this way. If you go from the kitchen, it's all glass. So you have this feeling that you are going to the garden. So that's why we use other types of plaster. And actually, I like the handcrafted thing. And this plaster, actually, it's like 1 year old already, and we didn't see any like damages or anything. So it's I think it's like it will, at least for now, it seems that it aged well. So we like this feeling of structure and difference. Yeah, so that's why. I don't know if I explain it, but if you go outside and you go on the street, you see these colors, this type of plaster on many buildings. So it's natural, and if you have it in the volume, you feel it's more like you feel it's more like exterior. You're going outside.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this structural thing, but the question was more concentrated on the difference. Why maybe if you.
The difference is about the function. For example, we have the plaster on buildings which are more user friendly or for living. So we have in the volumes which are in the living room or bedroom, and in the volume where is garage, it's more flat. It's also about function, because if you go by car and scratch it a little bit, nobody wants to repair it all the time. So it's also in that way it's the difference. Also in the swimming pool, we count with that the children will go there and damage something or that this building will leave. So that's why we differentiation between surfaces.
I appreciate your concept of mini urbanism because it's really what we feel when we see all this volume high and more not so whole. And it's nice. You use also wood in the under the glass, but not for all. I don't know the name of the furniture. Not for all around the glass. I don't know the name in English.
Like
sorry,
the
frame. Yes. Perhaps you can go to the before.
Before.
Here we see here some wood.
And
here no. And how do you choose some with wood?
Actually, this wooden one is movable, so without the frame, it's fixed one. And what we wanted to do with this, because otherwise we make it more minimalistic, so we can hide all the frames. But we let this one frame open because this is the most important frame, like window on the ground floor. So it's more like this is the opening, and we just let it know that this is the opening, and so it's more. So we'll let it know that we are not like ashamed of it. So that's why it's there.
Okay, so it's really short. Okay.
It's different. It's different.
If I may,
Sure.
if time permits.
Yeah. So.
I'm one of the jury members, but I don't have a room, so I'm floating in between.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
And I have a set of questions. The first one is how it all started, how the client found you, or how the client found
Actually, he was like friend of, like his wife is his friend of us, so we know her like a few years ago. Yeah.
And how did they found the site, and what was the process?
Actually, they were looking for a flat, like for a spot all the time, and the funny thing is he is a lawyer, and he found it in some execution. So that's why he found it, and it was really like a luck in this time. And actually, it was in Czech Republic the period for building permit is so complicated, so it takes like 3 years to just go through the process, and also it depends on part of Prague, but it was really not nice. But in the end, they are living there all the time, and they like it very much. So I think it's fun there.
Were you already part of this finding the location, or you already got it?
We were in part. We were included in this looking for a plot, but we were looking only like they show us this is one nice, or we were just going around. But it was not like we didn't. I think the investors were lucky, so they found it really easily.
Cool. Then my next question is, if you had any inspiration, what was your...
Sure, we have. In Japan architecture, for example, I like really Supposed, this Japanese architecture company, and also like I think maybe it's visible. It's more when I think of it, I feel it more like a combination of Japanese minimalism and Czech functionalism. So it's like something between that.
Yeah.
But like.
And also, was your inspiration more from the volumetric perspective to divide the
It's more. It was more about the function of the volume was defined by sizes of the rooms. So that's why it was. This type of that. For example, we spoke with the investor, and I want to have this big living room, and we discussed what should be inside or should not, and this definition make this volume.
Yeah. So the breakdown comes more from the functionality.
Yeah.
And then regarding the volume, some of the boxes, I think 2 of the boxes have the same height, and then two of the boxes have a different height. My question is, if you
Three boxes.
And one is
Free.
I was wondering if you were considering that each box is having different height.
Actually,
I thought that the pushed further. Okay, so sorry, I missed.
That doesn't matter. The swimming pool is lower because of the neighbors. because that was the only volume they allowed us, that's why also. And we wanted also to have natural light, so it was also based on that, because we wanted to have, because the living room and the dining area is to the west, so it's more like, when you go for a wine, for a drink, so you have the sun, and so we didn't want to make some barrier because of that. So that is why it's not so higher, and it's also because of the limits of building permit at all here.
I'm very considering to play with the height a little bit, just to, I don't know, to make these rooms slightly taller and make it similar in a plan. How it's
we could, but we didn't see the reason, because the function on the top is like bedrooms. So otherwise, if there is something different, yeah, for sure. But if the function is the same, I think it will be not like not right, but I think it will be like just because we want to have different height, not like the function didn't need it, so that's why.
Last short, quick question. What about the afterlife? How the client is happy there, and if you still have an interaction, if
sure,
when they want to hang a picture, if they call you, can you?
Sure. Yeah, we are still friends, and sure. And actually, we asked them if we are allowed to publish everything. So yeah, sure. They also know that we are attending this competition, so they know everything about it. They live there. They have a new dog, and they have a lot of fun there. For sure, there are some problematic functions, like because it was complicated also in technology, because they have like cooled ceilings, recuperation. So it's like this intelligent house is also included. So it's really complicated, and to learn that, like the user have to learn to live with this house. So it took a while. So, but otherwise, I think they are happy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ah, okay.
Just the text.
Okay.
I will read it.
Okay.
So, you're like,
Okay, so let me say, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and we have 10 minutes for discussion and question. So,
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Madam, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce my colleague Helena Šimová. My name is Mikuláš Hulec. It is a pleasure to present to you our design of reuse, restoration and conservation of the national heritage. Royal Hall, later known as Šlechta's Restaurant, was built at the end of the 17th century in early Baroque style in the Royal Prague Game Reserve as a hunting pavilion. It was rebuilt in Romantic Gothic Revival style in the mid of the 19th century and became a famous Prague garden restaurant. After communist nationalization in 1950s, its fame began to fade. The building was neglected, and in the 1980s it was twice damaged by large fires, and in 2002 it was flooded to a depth of 5 meters, meaning that the whole ground floor was flooded with the Vltava River. 25 years ago, our studio began to document the remains of the endangered monument, and since 2000 worked on a project for its renovation for the Prague municipality. In 1999, we won the competition for the design. It took 15 years of drawing, redesigning, and systematic public and political pressure to bring the project to completion. The Baroque part of the building stands on oak piles and deep foundations, which we know from historical research. Nevertheless, the vaults and sandstone columns, severely damaged by fire and neglect, had to be structurally reinforced. Dampness in the building is eliminated by a combination of ventilated floors in the arcades, injections of the historic masonry, and underfloor insulations in the interiors. In 2021, this year, the first stage of the project was inaugurated. It was open to public.
The most valuable heritage part of the building was completed, conserved and restored. It includes the Baroque concert hall, rehearsal room, restaurant in the ground floor, arcades and garden, and a cafe on the terrace. Mechanical rooms, heating and ventilation are located behind the wooden shutters in the two towers. The timber roof structure and a copy of the original slate roof are entirely new. After decades of desolation, now chamber concerts, graduations, weddings and other cultural events began to take place in the Baroque hall again. The Baroque interiors were restored using professional conservation techniques. A separate chapter was the restoration of the ceiling frescoes of the main hall. The frescoes were painted by a famous Baroque painter, Jan Jakub Stevens. But Baroque originals have been severely damaged, so their fragments were removed in 2001 and stored on scaffolding in the main hall, where they survived the flood in 2002. Later, a year ago, some vandals threw the boxes down and destroyed everything that remained. Based on an agreement with heritage experts, the original fragments were returned to their place and covered with a layer of stucco. Then, replicas of the frescoes were painted on the new surface with the traditional al fresco technique. We only had black and white photo documentation, but I still think that the result is not bad. Decorations of the grotto were restored as well. The missing parts of the murals and decorations made of freshwater shells and of Czech crystals had to be completed. We had to obtain a special permission of Ministry of Ecology to find the dead shells of these special species, about 10,000 shells. Now some interior details. Next, please. A maximally authentic color of the Gothic Revival facade was achieved using a special plaster and stucco mixture consisting of burnt lime, metakaolin, and Roman cement. I'm not sure how to translate metakaolin, but I hope that it may be the international word. Interior furnishing of the building is to be designed soon, as well as the garden restaurant for almost 500 people. Concurrently with the construction works, also landscape renewal of the park was done, but it was done by the landscape team of architects, not by our firm. Hopefully, the building will gain its former fame soon. Thank you for your attention. Now, please, your questions, if you have some.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It was really poetic.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, and you already spoke about the further usage of the building, but I have been there during the summer and it was completely empty. So what's the plan of the using of this building? I mean, like, is it with such a beautiful place, it's everybody's dream to have a pub there or something like this, or host a cultural events, or is it a nightmare for the people to have something in this really heritage.
I understand. Please let me speak quite straight. The problem is that the investor, the municipality of Prague, spent much more money on the first stage of the project. So they had to stop it after the restoration of the main historical buildings. And now they search for a new contractor to finish the interiors and the garden pub. The company which should take the service for the building and go with restorations and cafes is already chosen. But we have now been working on the design of the interiors and so on. There should be, or will be soon, a restaurant on the ground floor with the toilets and the kitchens and other supplies in the yellow house, which is the 18th century building. And the restaurant should use the whole arcade on the ground floor for exterior sitting. It may be of an interest that the arcades were originally with windows, but we didn't have enough money to put the windows back. They were destroyed by the fire. But they were additional, they were not quite original from the mid of the 19th century. So this is in fact a kind of restoration of 19th century state. As I said, there should also be a garden restaurant for 400 to 500 people, a cafe and bakery on the terrace, and the whole terrace should be used by public. The Prague municipality plans to finish the design in 2022. We do not believe it, and we think that it will last another 2 or 3 years at least to open it completely. But thankfully, the main part, the Baroque hall, the music hall, the rehearsal rooms, and so on, is already open now. So the celebrations and concerts take place there.
Thank you for this beautiful restoration. And you speak about furniture you are going to design. So who make, what kind of furniture and for what, en fait, you are going to do?
We were asked by the future user of the building to, quite logically, to design for them the interiors. It's hard to describe it by words, but the interior spaces should be designed as modern open kitchens. Even the cafe should be a kind of stainless steel, visible air conditioning, and so on, with ability to smell the food and all these things.
In this area, or
it should be in this and this area. So in historical building, now there are empty spaces, finished but empty, waiting for technical and interior equipment. We should also design the tables and chairs for the arcades and the terrace, but we expect that it would be some, how to say, not custom made, but finished design, which we buy, some high quality design. Same with the garden, which should be an...
where is the garden? Exactly.
Right behind the fence. This is a huge garden. It was used as a building site. Now it is empty, but the design, the landscape design is finished, and the city is now looking for the contractor for the whole garden. There should be the chestnut trees and, as I said, benches, tables, up to 500 people sitting outside. And there will be the exterior kind of colonnade, with grills, beer, lemonades and other things available for people just walking through the park. This is not finished yet, but the design is finished.
Can you speak about the sky of the grotto? We saw a detail with animals.
Yes, maybe you can show the original state before
what is the material?
Material?
Yes, for the sky.
Vidím prosím tu současnou. It is, these are the freshwater shells, yes, about which I spoke. Some survived, but most were destroyed by the fires and vandals and so on. This is a colored plaster, but it is filled with the Czech crystal, which is a special glass, like small pieces of glass, colored glass. Would you like to?
Has sound.
It's a crushed glass.
Okay. And all the color for this sailing and the other one for the Barocco. How do you choose a color? Because you said we have no colors for.
We had some fragments.
Yes.
And as usually, this was mainly the job of specialized experts, conservators and restorers who did their job rather well. Our feeling, and this is what I am critical about, is, can you show the hall? Maybe this. We designed the interior walls of the main hall not quite white, but slightly yellowish or something like that, which we have even documented on our historical photographs from 1990s. But local preservationists or heritage experts insisted on white paint, which we do not like because the contrast is really too big. On the other hand, it will get dirty at the time, so it'll be better. And sometimes you have to do compromises, with heritage people.
Yes. And is it a fountain inside?
Yes.
Is it a fountain?
Yes.
It's work.
Yes, it is functioning,
okay.
But it is a replica because the fountain was gone. It was destroyed already in the 18th century, we think. But we have drawings of the fountain and the sculpture which stand on this artificial rock, but the sculpture is lost, so we didn't put it again. And the fountain is a copy of another fountain of the same period from Prague Castle. So this was all discussed with heritage experts and so on. Maybe I can point that this is a part of ventilation, air conditioning of the building.
This as well, there is air conditioning hidden behind.
Behind the shutters.
And we can see also some fresque here. It's there. Under the glass is material here.
Yes.
It was like that. It's
yes, because from the very beginning they wanted the grotto to be a kind of romantic, fashionable place. So they already in 1690 designed it as a kind of ruin. And as you can see, this is kind of cave, getting light from the exterior, from south, and there is the fresh water not caught on this picture. And as you can imagine, the fresh water means that there are some large underground mechanical spaces for cleaning water, filtering, and so on, because it is a kind of large fountain basin.
Okay. So we have to stop now.
Yes, the time is
yes.
off.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Křížek, jo?
Jo.
Tak, můžeme.
Aha.
Is it okay? Okay. Okay. Hi. You have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes for question and discussion.
Okay. Okay, so I'm Petr Janda from Studio Brainwork, and I'm here in the competition with the single-family house called Lazy House in Zlín, which is former Baťa factory town, where Baťa started his journey worldwide. And now I see I have the old presentation, so can you try to... Můžete mi nahrát tu novou?
A já jsem ji posílal teda. Včera přes Kláru. Sorry. So no problem, we can improvise it. But yeah, I have it. Mám to ve flašce. Yeah, but it's not connected. Yeah, follow. Our work is the single-family house in town Zlín, which is in southern Moravia, and the town is former Baťa shoe factory town, where he started his journey through worldwide. And the town is quite famous about its architecture, which is functionalistic architecture based on the strong principle of brickwork, which is exposed on the surface, and we as architects who were born in Zlín have it really under the skin. So we are trying to connect with the surroundings and architecture with another principle than to just to follow this strong appearance, which belongs to history. So as you can see, the house is situated on the steep slope on the top of the valley, and it's overlooking whole the valley. And this is the most important quality of the building site, and we decided to follow the principle of connection via view connection to the city, not to follow the logic of the older architecture. So the house itself, it's concentrated to a simple volume, and it's fused with or melted to the garden, which is which surrounds it very closely, and also it's connected to the city with the views and with every part of the house its own way. So the site plan is based on the principle of the topography of the terrain, and we are in the part which has the 5 more single-family houses, and they were set before we started the work on our house. So we decided to follow the logic of the topography from the outside. So we have the orthogonal axes in the same way as the houses in surroundings. But we use the logic to shift or tilt the axis in the inside, and whole the interior follows the logic of the borders of our site. As you can see, like these lines are the borders. So, and it has a strong effect to organization of the house itself. Here we can see the bird eye view, and we can see the hold the side with another objects on it. This is the house itself, and this is the wine cellar, and this is the swimming pool with grotto. We call it grotto, and it makes some complexity of the whole building site. And here we can see the rotation of the walls inside of the whole interior inside the building, which is the important way how we organize the inner space. We have the space for meeting and for social contact of the family inside the house, and it connects the view from the valley to the garden, and it's like permeable through this axis, and we refuse to use many corridors, so we organized the rest of the plan around this central part, and so we have the rooms for children, and the bathroom, and the master bedroom with bathroom, and the studio like on the perimeter of the house. The ground floor level it's sunken in the slope, and it has the garage with for 2 cars, and also it has the flat for the grandfather, and for the part of the family when they are as a guest, and here is the sauna, and here are the parts of technical rooms and equipment. Yeah, here you can see it on the plan. This is the main floor, and this is the rooftop studio, which works as the some kind of lookout, which can make you overlooking the valley. And so this is the appearance of the house when the in the evening when the sun is falling down, and it has many changes through the whole day, and we use the principle of mimicry, which is similar as aircraft mimicry are made. When you are looking at the house from the below, it merges with the sky, and when you are looking from top, it merges with the rooftop garden with the valley. So it's quite. It looks smaller than it is, and it's changing every time during the day in contact with the skyline. And here you can see another facades which are facing to the neighbors, and we used wire mesh which is hiding the windows from the part of children and for parents, and they are like invisible during the day, and makes the comfort for them not to be overlooked by the neighbors. And it also uses the strategy of the melting with the skyline. And here you can see the lower part is clad by curtain steel, which is like opposite way how we like articulate the volume, and it's connected with the garden and with the other parts of the garden equipment. Yeah, you can see it from another side. This is the window from the grandfather's flat. When he is visiting the house, he can stay there, and it has connection with another part of garden, which is normally used for the family. So it has its privacy. So it uses this part of the lower part of the garden, and the upper part it belongs to the family.
1 minute.
Okay, so yeah, this is from another angle. Here you can see how it's visible through. Here is something from drone, and you cannot see it normally. And when we enter inside, it uses another strategy for the work with materials. So it's not so like hard from the materiality, and it uses the wooden interior, which is fluidly flowing through the whole house. And so this is the center part, and we use the lights which are changing the situation. You can use filters, and it merges with the retroactive painting on the ceiling, which is similar to when you are in cinema. It's retroreflective, so it makes some kind of still, yeah, and still moving the principle of the appearance, but it's not visible from the picture, so you should be there. So, and we made also the tables, not chairs, but tables are made for only for this house, and find the friend who are making the paintings, and we were working on every detail in the house. And here you can see the, or you cannot see, there is the ventilation is incorporated in the floor, and there is only strip of 1 centimeter beside the glass. And yeah, this is the master bedroom, which is orientated that you can see the valley from the bed. This is walking wardrobe, and when you enter one of these panels, you can enter the bathroom. Every bathroom has its appearance. It's like the end of the way through the home, and it is end of the story for its way in any of the bathroom another way. So yeah, and these are another bathrooms.
So you have to finish.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
So
Stairway up.
What do you
yeah.
want to say for at least?
Yeah. Yeah, just I will just follow the pictures. And this is the studio on the rooftop. It has its own garden, which is merging with the valley and making the feeling that you are on your own. How is it? Sorry, no, I will meadow. Yeah, your own meadow. And yeah, this is the wine cellar. This is the grotto and the pool, which is a bit upper level than the rooftop. So you can, when you are swimming, you can still overlook the valley. And we used parametric design to just to shift the beams to make this this kind of appearance. Yeah, you can see it. And the whole house has a floor system for floor temperating and drills for heat pump and ventilation, and yeah, it's quite smart this way. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you design always house like that?
No, we started starting every time from scratch. So every house is like they are similar but not the same.
Yes,
so.
I know.
and
the client, it was somebody you knew before.
Yeah, the client story is quite funny because the former client was a friend of mine, and I born in Zlín, he born in Prague, and we changed the positions, and he found a wife from the Zlín, and he started to think that he can settle in Zlín, and so we started to think about the house and started building, and then he split with his family because his heart belongs to sea, because he is Navy captain now, and he's the chief of Czech Arctic station now. So he moved completely out, and he sold the house to another client, which started with me another part of layers of the design. So we the pool wasn't there and so on, but it was we didn't change it, but we go through fractally inside the design.
So is it like you designed the house for the first client, then the client met, and then you reconstructed to your own design? And
yeah, but the second client who bought it, he very liked the design, so we did with him and with his wife everything also the shading and the like fabric of the shading and so on. Also the lights and so and they are now for 4 years living there because we were waiting for garden to grow to like present it to the house. So.
And I am a little bit surprised with the soft facade because there is no protection, no solar protection. And how do you make free, more cold in the house? Because I understand all the direction of the view of on the city and the valley, but I am a little bit.
Okay, you mean the glazed facade?
Yes.
Yeah, it's towards the north, so it's not like overheating because it's.
It's a north.
It's north.
Because on your plan, it's not indicates north.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Sorry, it was up. So maybe it's confusing on the plan. But this way it's north. This way is south. So and we have screen shading here, so you can shade the terrace and so on.
For me it's better.
Yeah. Yeah, but it has 3 layers of shading inside, and we have the air condition and.
Yeah, sure, but the time is it's for more natural energy and natural protection, not only technical.
Yes, I understand, but it works with very like it has technical equipment, but.
But I understand if it's not.
Yeah, because the building site was the last. No one wanted to buy it. I don't understand because it's the maybe best building site in the Zlín, but probably it was because the close like on this hill there is forest here, so it was shaded somehow part of the year and. It's not so like sunbathed during the year, but the best gain of the building site was the view to the valley, which is like sunbathed all the time. So you have the feeling in the house that you are like. You are in the sunny place, but you are looking north, so it's some contradiction in the design. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I'm flexible in moving around the rooms, and if the other room is delayed, so I came late, and I'm sorry that I missed the first half of the presentation. I'm interested in the context, but both historical, social. So I wonder in what sense you were designing this in a context to Zlín, to all these Batya houses and all these pragmatic decisions of this factory city, if it is true, or it's just my impression.
Yeah, I try to explain it.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
because the context is very strong with the brickwork facades in the Zlín. But as I was born there, so I really have it under the skin. I'm a part of generation. We are working with this historical thing a bit freely, and I decided to use the visual connection with the town more than the principle of like. Transfer, like detail appearance transfer to the house, and it's also because the site is it's not closely connected with the town itself. So we used a very open like scheme or concept. And we didn't want to follow the brickwork and so on because it would be just the play and not not true work with the house. So
I kind of see the link between the concept of the house and concept of the city, that it's very rational, pragmatic, and so one part is oriented to the entrance, other part is oriented to the view, and somehow very often these very pragmatic solutions are seen as a very radical for the neighbors. So I know the house is very new and fresh, but do you already hear what is the relationship, what is the opinion of the neighbors, if they hate it or if they love it? And since I also can see that this is like very strong gesture, it's a land art kind of it's a brick just placed into the landscape. So if you know,
it's a brick very kindly with the neighbor. It's the same direction. It's the same block. It's the same. A lot of things are like the district.
Yeah, we knew the neighbors, so we were negotiating with them, and we decided all the neighbors to block the borders of the site with the vegetation. So we have now 5 meters high bamboo, and it makes very private feeling, and also for the neighbors. So it doesn't work as the piece of art, but it's more when you see it from in real, it's more melting with the surroundings. So maybe the pictures are a bit confusing, but I like it. That these are pictures. So.
We actually went to see the site, and for me it was surprising that the neighbor villas are very traditional and broken down to some smaller traditional volumes, and this one stands out strongly. Even it's maybe smaller volume, it actually looks as a clear and bold gesture. I have one more question. This rotation of the cube, how in the real experience, because the rotation is happening only with the skin, and the walls inside are still same as in the floor and below.
Yeah.
So how is the feeling in the space that you are actually oriented by walls to one direction, and then the facade and the view is oriented to another, in another angle?
When you enter the central part. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. This one, yes, correct.
The site plan?
The master plan, because we understand
okay.
very well the direction.
Sorry. It's here. Yeah. Yeah, when you enter the house in the central part, you cannot feel the rotation so strongly because it's sorry. It's a mistake from my colleague, but it's the right opposite. Okay, sorry. And the rotation you can feel when you are close to the north window. So it changes your position to you are like pressed to rotate perpendicular. How is it for the surface of the window, and it also works that you then see more of the Bata factory and so on, but we tried to have the main axis through the valley, which is like open here. So it makes sense when you are inside the house, it's open the right way. And sorry, maybe it's a speculation, but I feel it like this. And also it works in the master bedroom that's opening to the overlooking the valley, and it's working also in the opposite principle that it makes some like camera sharpen to the valley. And so we use it because we like the organization of the plan, and we try to avoid the corridors. So we have only one, and it has its sense because when children grows to teenagers, so they don't need to enter the social area when they are going to their rooms. So it's like separated, but it's not completely separated. So,
if I may, if the time permits, last quick question. Not really. Go ahead. It also feels when you stand in front of the villa that the landscape floats naturally inside, and also the type of pavement and the greenery fits together well. Did you collaborated on that with the landscape architect, gardener, or is it just purely a discussion between the architect and the client?
Yeah, I tried because it's funny, but it's a long way to now from when we started to design this house. It was 2006, so it's my first house I started. So I tried to do everything by myself, also the shape of the garden, and I only used the partner as gardener for the greenery or for the taxons of the vegetation and so on. So yeah, it's probably only my thing where I am written as only author because I was completely at any point of the design of the house. And it was a long way to finish it. So I was still looking for like a refreshing of the design through the parts in the garden. So the design of the grotto is quite a bit new approach than when you compare it with the house. But we feel it that the garden is like somehow organic, fluid part of the design, and the house is like more strict, more architecture. So the parts of the garden, these garden parts, are more like part of the garden, not the house. And only thing which is connecting geometrically the house with the garden is the pool, which is like orientated the same way as the studio on the top.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the presentation.
Sorry for English, but
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready.
Okay. So you have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes for question and discussion. So you can go.
So hello, nice to meet you. My name is Štěpán Kubíček, and I have the architecture office with my wife Martina Buřičová, which is called CARAA.CZ. The project which I will present is called reconstruction and extension of building B in area Podkovářská. Podkovářská is the name of the street which is inside the district Vysočany. And Vysočany was in 20th century the industrial district of Prague. There were huge structures of industrial buildings, and we are focusing on our small complex of historical industrial buildings, which we are repairing. The red line is the property of our client, and the building B is the southern border, southern edge of the area. We have been working there with that client since 2003, so it is almost 18 years. And we have been repairing, reconstructing the building step by step, building by building. And in 2017, we started with this building, which is opening to a street which is called Poděbradská, which is the main street of the district. During last 25 years, the whole district has changed from the industrial zone into a residential quarter. And this area, this complex, is at the moment somehow like the small island of the industrial architecture heritage. So we are trying to keep the genius loci of all the buildings. The buildings were built in 1930s for the factory which was producing color paints, and during socialist management was almost destroyed. But while you are there, you can feel still the power and the beauty of the original industrial architecture. And this is the base from where we begin to propose our rebuildings and reconstructions. So this is the building B in original photos, old photos. Our client at the beginning was the printing company, and the first projects we made was to transform it into the factory for printing. But during the time, everything changed, and at the moment we know that we have to make the buildings absolutely multi-purpose, for multi-purpose use, because at the moment most of the areas in the complex is rented to many companies. Like there are studios, there are TV studios, there are shops, there are printing company also, there are dance halls. So we have to be ready. The building after reconstruction has to be ready for change, because it can come every 2 hours or every 2 years. So we didn't have at the beginning the definition of the future use. So
program change.
the program was not defined, so we made it by ourselves. So we are ready to have their offices or anything else, and that's the so we have the old building and which we are reconstructing, but we are also adding some new interventions, and the interventions has to be recognizable very easily. So it is in this building the intervention is the extension on the roof, and we are making we are putting the steel superstructure which is covering the old building like a head on the old body. And the steel structure has to be readable and visible and transparent. It is for us important that, and also it is somehow extending the building on the street of Poděbradská, which is also slowly changing from the road to the city street, something like boulevard. It will take next 20 years, but finally it will be the part of the city which is used by pedestrians also, not only by cars. So we know it, and we are trying to react properly. This is the superstructure, and this is the new facade. And the facade is ready for art. It is somehow the gallery. We have prepared the steel structure which is ready for the graphics, for the paintings, for maybe sculptures which can be installed on. And also after 1 year or half a year, depends on the owner, it can be changed. So we would like to show that the building is living, the building is full of energy, and but last year was a little bit complicated with the COVID situation. So finally there are at the moment only three graphics from Michal Cimala, which is a quite famous Czech street painter and sculptor. And but it is the example how it should be used. It's very well seen from the train which is going by, so, and also from the street. We want to change the street into the city street. So for us it's important to connect the ground level of the buildings with the pedestrian sidewalk on the street, which was in the past closed absolutely, and we want to open the house to the street. So it was so, and the existing buildings are beautiful, and we are also we know it, and we are using the old structures and old materials like brick walls, like some concrete ceilings, like cement floors, and also important point for us are the copies of historical windows, historical steel windows, which are quite economically more expensive, but it for us is important to have it. So this is the ceiling which we opened, which we didn't know it is there. So it is very beautiful structure with unusual, quite unusual. Yes. And we are penetrating the structure with the new building equipment, which is also exposed, and it is making the interior design, let's say. So the ventilation tubes or heating pipes or wires of electricity are exposed, and we want it. It's and also on the top there is
1 minute more.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I.
We are on the top.
We are on the top. We are on the top. Yes, there is the steel structure which is also exposed. Everything is seen, and it's very simple space, but very beautiful. For us, important to see also the other buildings in the complex, which we already restored. On the street facade, there are trolleys which can move, and also so you can use it for installing the and also for cleaning the windows. And all this facade is very movable, very live, let's say, because you can hide it with the screens with graphics, or you can use the aluminum blinds, so it's very live. So, and while the people are renting it's very nice. Oh, this is night views. At the moment, all the buildings are rented, and it is working. So I guess we are quite successful.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really nice. So after 18 years working on this site, is there anything left to be built, to be repaired, to be reconstructed?
Yes, of course.
And will you continue with it?
I hope so. I hope so. You can see that we were concentrating only on the part of the building, on this part, because this is the head for us. This is the body, and this is the head. And the head is very wrong at the moment, because it has different levels and it's very complicated. At the beginning, it was the house for where the owner of the old company was living, because the company was from Pilsen, and they moved. They made the factory here in Prague, so they need to live somewhere, and this house is for living for them. And it's very wrong, because it's not connected to the floors of the rest of the building. And we said at the beginning of the project that we have to make here the big tower, because this is the point of our most important point. But we calculated the money, and we decided that the first etap will be to restore this, and then we will totally destroy this and make the new tower on the corner of the property, because it's the perfect place for. This is the entrance to the wall district. Yes, this is the place, and it's also somehow cooperating with these big buildings here, and so we know that it has to be changed. But now it's also, of course, waiting for the next step. Always it's connecting with the money situation of the owner, because they are repairing according their possibilities. That's all. They are not. So and at the end of at the opposite side, there is also some part of the old buildings which are not repaired at the moment. So first we repaired this part, then this, then this, then this, And now we have two possibilities to continue here or here, and we have somehow we know what to do, but well, we are waiting for decision of the client.
Thank you for also this nice presentation. I have a question about steel you use for the extension on the top. The whole the existing building was enough strong to accept this structure, or you put some more structure inside the existing building to put this extension on the top?
We calculated very carefully. We have been thinking to add more than one story, so 2 or 3, and since we would do 2, it would have to we would have to make this new structure, and also we calculate the money, and they said we have at the moment this money, so we will do only 1 story, and that's it. And in case of 1 story, we didn't have to make stronger the lower part of the building. So the lower part is exactly as it was, so no problems.
And you choose steel, not wood, for the extension?
For the extension is steel.
Yes.
This is the extension. This is the
yes,
the structure.
I understand, but you didn't want to use wood to be more light for the structure.
It's a hard question. We was also thinking about the wood structure, but 2 reasons. First, we already made these buildings over there, which are made from steel. So the extension is made by steel. Maybe here's something to be seen. And we want to keep the whole complex somehow visibly connected, and the second is the price. So we calculate some roughly, not, and this was cheaper. And for us, the steel has more possibility to extend, like I don't know how to explain.
To be outside and to be
yes.
Large hanging structure, it works, natural. But to be more light inside, and for the structure, I think perhaps wood could be used, but it's okay.
For me, it is 1 structure, so I don't want to change the material. Yes. Because it's somehow like the spider which came on the top of the building, and it is 1 body, and it shouldn't, for me, it shouldn't be a part of steel.
And now it's only one building. All the level are connected, and the use is a total use. It's or you can separate each level.
You can separate not only each level, but also in 1 plan you can have the 3 spaces separated. 1, 2nd, 3rd. Okay. Here is better seen. 1, 2nd, 3rd. Because the old building has had been built in 2 etapas.
Okay.
This is a little bit different kind, and this is so we were keeping this wall. And at the moment, it is quite comfortable for renting, because you can offer all
module
yes.
And you are flexible.
Yes, you can. This is 1 company. Also is this. This is another company. This company has also this place above. This is separate company. This company is connected to down. So you have quite many possibilities how to split or connect.
I understand. And you choose a white color for the basement. Why? That could be more colorful.
Yes. We are using the colors from the beginning are very simple. We are using only gray and white and dark gray.
Okay.
And it is the base. For us, it is the base because we want the art, which can be and must be colorful on it.
Okay.
At the beginning, while we have been doing the other buildings, we have invited 5 street arts to come for making the visual design for one part of the buildings.
Okay.
And that's how somehow we succeed. And this, at the original, where it is, the first photo. There is because we knew that we will 10 years we will wait for the reconstruction, so we invited the street arts and they put it on.
Come back and
yes.
Okay.
And this is Michal Cimala. And that's why he is also on the top at the moment.
Now. Yeah.
And we have some. We wanted to have some other people inside this building, but they actually they didn't. It didn't happen. But we have tried. And so for us, the building is only the basement for the art which should come and which would fill it with the colors and other. And
so your architectural project include art and the action of the artist.
Yes,
it's nice.
You would like. And also there was the ateliers. There had the atelier Federico Diaz, which is a famous Czech sculptor, and there was Achrer, which is a famous Czech painter who were been working there.
Okay.
So that's why we are keeping our buildings gray and white, and they get put on, and it's full of. The owner has many paintings from them. They are not here. No. So that's it.
Okay.
Okay. So
I think it's okay for us. Thank you very much for all this explanation. Thank you.
I thank you.
Hello. You have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes to have question and discussion. So.
Okay, hello, my name is Marta Steinbachwa. I am from Studio Skupina, which means group. And actually, we are quite interested in how to introduce public architecture, not only how to build architecture, but also how to discuss about architecture. For example, we are doing also festival on architecture and lectures and so on. So I will introduce a project which is called Play and Build. And it's more like a workshop. So it's partly our realization, but also partly workshop realization. Actually, the idea is quite old because we were invited to some gallery to do something on architecture. So we developed a project with a wooden lath, and we were thinking how people will manage the room in the gallery. So these were our options, but we were quite curious how the public will work on it. But it was not realized. And a year ago, after the first wave of coronavirus, we were invited to a festival which is called 4 Days in Motion, to old school of Art Deco style, to do something in one classroom. And because during the coronavirus, I was thinking probably this wave of illness will change education at our schools, which is quite conservative. For example, some of the schools started to have outside school for children. So I was thinking probably it's time to look how the classroom can look in the future. And we used those wooden laths to introduce somehow what can be possible or not. So this is typical Czech classroom, and this is how we made it in one of the old classrooms, only with wood. So this is first day of this exhibition, which lasted 8 days, actually only 4 days, because then it was stopped because nothing was possible anymore last September. So we were just thinking, what about if children can move around the classroom? Should they have a desk or not? Should they sit or lie? So this was just the first idea, how the classroom can look, if we can use walls, sink or something. And on the right side, there was a prepared wood for another work. So this was the first day. We did images of it. And then people started to play with it. So they changed everything. They built special structures during the day and night. And for example, they did structures as house, so people can come in also. They made structures as it looked as a car, for example, and so on. So that's it, actually. And then this workshop moved also to a Czech gallery, which is called Veletržní palác, National Gallery. And the workshop was here more inspired by artist work of Stanislav Kolíbal, who had exhibition at Venice Biennale that year. And it was more organized because there were lectures of art and so on. So that's it. Yeah, this is incredible because actually I couldn't believe it will stand only on 4 because there are no connections. So it's only static how to build it, but children did it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I have a reflection and also a question. My observation is it's like kapla, you know, it's a little
the small,
piece of wood, and the children make many things with this kind of toys and construction element, and they do like this one, but this kind of thing, but not to go inside because it's but perhaps they can do. And your proposition is for all the public. What kind of public you imagine can use this installation of this piece of wood?
Actually, for all ages.
Yes. But
that's why it's not so long. I can imagine for adult it will be 2.5 meters, but now we used 1.5 meter of size.
Do you make report of the construction, of to be analytic of the production, and what kind of thing are going from what kind of public, of what how you make the conclusion, or the, how do you you can have the lesson of what the people construct.
Actually, we did no laboratory work of it, but we used images or photograph a lot of spaces. Also, the people who were watching for the installation, they did images for us, because it lasted for 8 days, so we couldn't be there all the time to look all. So it was more like playful exhibition, not laboratory work.
Last one. I was at the Biennale of Venice. I don't know if it was your installation, but
this one.
It seems to be like that. It was a big piece of wood, and we construct almost the same thing. Do you know this?
Like this year? Was it this year?
No, it was when Sana was the curator. It was
a few years ago. Yeah.
I think it's,
I don't know. No, but it was not us.
It's not was okay. It's another project. So.
Yeah, maybe I have a question about the size of the planks. Which exactly these ones, and not, I don't know, big ones, short ones. I don't know, any different size.
Because we wanted also children can play with it, so we developed the size with regards to children's hand.
Okay.
Like
and what about
the long? Because normal long size is around 4 meters, but we wanted to have also safe material for the youngest. So we decided to cut it in 3 times or two times.
I would like to ask, similar to the documentation of the process, if you came to some results that would work for the education for these classrooms, and or what is the future? Like, if you think that this idea of playing with the wood, if you would rather continue, if there is a future projects, maybe if there is already a pipeline for other exhibitions or workshops, that it would be traveling to other gallery spaces, or if there could be really some more serious result that some of your research or your installations could be used in the education system and in the classrooms.
Actually, we developed a lot of workshops on architecture, but not with those wooden laths. It was more like in contemporary architecture that children or students can come and discuss the building mostly. And with this project, we were thinking that probably it would be great to have it outside, not only inside, that normal public can come and start to play. And actually, we didn't want to make like changes. We wanted to give some starting point for discussion about education and classrooms and so on.
Yeah, because I think it would be interesting if it's a continuous process, and if some of the results in the end could be integrated in the real in education system.
Yeah, it's quite specific in Czech Republic, because to put something into the education, it's enormous work of 20 years. Because Czech teachers are overworked with some workshops at the education. So we wanted to put some workshops already to education, but only private schools were interested, which was not the point, you know.
Maybe totally another question from totally another aspect. This aspect of safetiness. Were you afraid now when you see like these small kids surrounded with a lot of the structures that something would collapse, or was it always curated and supervised by adults that that is stable enough, and how it works in the reality?
Actually, there were some adults around, but I would say that almost all the structures were safe, but some of them were on the border, you know. Okay. But nothing happened, and we left the youngest to play as they wanted, but we were there to help if something will happen or something. But I think that children are quite clever to build, also with some structures.
So, and do you have any future? What is the next step? If you already have, if there is a future of this, or if it was just one kind of installation, or if you hope and plan to have a follow-up of this?
Actually, we would like to build something in a public space, but it's only the idea. Actually, because we are doing this festival, Day of Architecture, so we wanted to put it in, for example, into the place as Wenceslas Square or something, to open the dialogue on architecture also by playful way. That's it.
For me, it's a nice project and open mind to have a reflection about youth for children, but not only for children. I think it's okay for us. No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Not at all.
Thank you.
Thanks also.
He comes.
Okay. You have already a chair. You have already. Is it okay?
Just a second.
I made a small change and to little bit turn it for you to be more comfortable to see it.
Thank you.
Because first I asked how you can see it if it is.
No. We saw all the project. Hello. You have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes for question and discussion. So it's
okay.
It's you.
Thank you. My name is Milan Jurovec, it's written here, and I am from Studio M4 Architects, and I would like to present to you our project, Pana and Baba. I will tell you more about the name, why is it Pana and Baba, but later, and maybe you will recognize it from the presentation. So, also Matthias Sedlák, my colleague, is author of this project, and our junior architect Tomáš Fejkl, who worked on it maybe for 4 or 5 years. Hard work. So, the project is in Prague. This is Prague, central Prague. And this is mid-ring area, and here is our project of Pana and Baba. Now we are in David's, we are here to know it. So our plot is in mid-circle area. The place which is called Skalka. It means it's something like little rock, or this. This is plan of Schwarz, called Schwarz plan of this area, and we can see that area with building from 70s, with building from 50s and 60s, and this area is an area of family houses and villas from 40s till now. We can see a lot of different architecture here, but in this scale. And our plot is this special plot. It was 10 years ago, approximately, when a friend of mine came to me and asked me, please design here something special. I would like to have here 10 or 20 more luxury flats, because this is nice area. And I tried to design here last 10 years. I asked 10 different architects to design here building, but I don't like any of them. So I would like to design. I would like to try 11th one. This is the same situation with final design. And what is the most important is this green belt, which is coming from one side till metro. Here is metro Skalka, and this is the main connection. And the this green belt is given by urban planning and also by technical conditions because high voltage is coming here. So we know that we are on the edge of something which will stay in future. We would like to stay in future as a green belt, and we tried to start this idea by this building. So this is in detail. Two streets, but one plot. So that was a reason that we decided to do two buildings, not one building. So two streets, and also the volume of surrounding building. This was our first idea, to design here some landscaping with children playground. So the position of the plot gives us possibility to look for unexpected solution of form, because we know that we can design here something more special than ordinary building. From green belt, this is the view from green belt. This is the silhouette. So special form, but to keep the volume. Other views from green belt. So this is now you can see pictures from SketchUp, and this is the more detailed design of building. And you can see that these two buildings are designed on common base. So underground is one building between two streets, and above ground we have two different volumes. This is the upper level of common basement with garden. Yeah, it's from here. It's from green belt. Because these pictures maybe can explain you the building in best way. Maybe better than pictures, or maybe better than standard plans. So the detail we recognize that the silhouette of the new buildings is a little bit strange, and we recognize the similarity with Bohemian Paradise, iconic ruin Trotsky. This is medieval castle in Czech or Bohemian Paradise, in an area which is called Bohemian Paradise, and it has two towers, Pana and Baba. So we decided to call our project Pana, which is taller, and Baba. What does it mean?
Side note, you have 2 more minutes for the presentation. So.
Okay. So what does mean Pana and Baba? Pana means virgin and Baba means grandma. Plants, underground plant. We have 2 undergrounds with parking places, with 20 parking places. Above ground, ground floor. This is bigger Baba, smaller Pana, and garden on the basement between. On one level there are 2 flats, and here just 1 flat on the level. It's small, but quite luxury flat. Second, third, still, and maisonettes on 4th and 5th floor. This is the section. You can see underground part and above ground part. The structure is from the concrete. There's no brickworks, but everything was made like a sculpture from concrete. Elevations and pictures. The facade is from brickwork cladding. It wasn't. It was difficult to find a good color because our first idea was to design these buildings in dark color, but there was a discussion with all the neighborhoods, and they didn't want to have here black or dark buildings, so we decided to find some extraordinary color, which is not dark, which is not light, which is special, and I think it works. This is a view from Žernovská Street. Here you can see entrance for cars. It's just a car lift. It's car lift which is connecting two underground garage floors. This is real wilderness around because the green belt is a municipality part of land, and at the moment I think there is no special maintenance, but I think maybe it's better. maybe it's better. After. This small tree is not here now because it was a mistake. Yeah, sorry for this. They put it. I don't know why. View from. Narrow. This is narrow connection between narrow connection which is on the plot of the building. Yeah, between 2 streets. It's connecting here, and small courtyard. View to the courtyard. I have just two I have just two snaps of the interior because there are 13 let's say luxury apartments, and I haven't snapped of them because it's private. Mm-hmm. it's private. So I have only public parts of the house, which is staircase from terrazzo with terrazzo cladding, and entrance hall with plank wood concrete.
Okay. So you have to finish now. You are okay.
Pana and Baba.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Who want to start the question? So can you explain perhaps more the kind of apartment you propose?
Standard apartments.
Yes, but have you something plus? Do you want to speak about them?
Let's say our studio is working on many projects with apartments.
Yes.
And we are doing standard apartment on lower level, on mid level. These apartments were on higher level because just 13 apartments on in two houses. Okay, if you
a little bit, please.
Excuse
yes,
me?
a little bit, yes. It's
a little bit.
But if you don't want, you can stop.
Yeah, of course. But what can I say? At Pana, it's a little bit more luxury because here is a staircase and here is a lift. From lift you can go straight to the hall. This is a straight entrance from lift to the hall. Here's a technical room and one bathroom, and here one special toilet for common space, and 2 bedrooms and third small bedroom or small office. And the living room is in all flats. The living room includes the kitchen. Kitchen is always a part of this space, and every flat has a small balcony or loggia. This flat has loggia, balcony, and loggia too. This flat has approximately 100 square meters. We call it 4+ KK. So kitchen corner, 4 rooms with kitchen corner. The quality is different. Standard quality is good wooden flooring and good details. Good details of the doors. Doors are higher than standard. Doors are 2.4 high. And
okay, I understand. Okay.
no, but sorry. I have no pictures of this flat because of clients. Yeah, and
I may have few questions. Maybe first one about the context. You mentioned this green belt.
Yeah.
Is there a chance for you to work on it further, or is that it seemed to be your projection? And I wonder if there is a reality, if there is a real plan to go further with that.
It was our idea, and we discussed this idea with municipality of Prague 10. Yeah, then like this idea. And I think they decided to work on it. But you know, it takes time. with municipalities. So they ask students, and the students prepared some projects, and but now we are not working on it. Yeah, we made an initialization of it, and that's enough for us in the moment. Maybe in future, but who knows?
Then I would like to stay outside in the surroundings. What is the relationship when you were doing the form finding, when you were sculpturing and shaping the form? Was there a reason? Is there interaction between the surroundings? Is the surrounding impacting this form finding?
Yes, of course, because it was a decision to make building like Pana and Baba had, which is similar to iconic castle in Czech Paradise, but this is just the result of shaping, yeah. Because maybe I can show you. Yeah, here you can see it, yeah. Because these buildings were designed not to take sun or light. This building, and this building. That is why the shaping. It has an influence for shaping of the building, of course.
And were the neighbors impacting only the color of the facade, or also the form?
Yes.
They had no complaints. You already found a form which was ideal and not doing any shading, and they had no complaints on that.
Yeah. We had some discussion with this one because it's very near neighbor, but was okay with neighbors.
Are there some patio in the roof? Are there some patio in the roof?
There are some.
Yes. Of course, I understand you. There's terraces. Okay. But I have no pictures of these terraces. Yeah. Sorry, but it's according to this. Okay. maybe you can. We can see it in. No. Yes. Yeah. This is terrace. And this is terrace, and there's from this, especially from this one, is a beautiful view to Prague.
Maybe see the elevation of that. Maybe was quite. Yes, here.
But from the ground, you can see it. You can see it. It's something secret. It's your secret that. You have this terrace.
Then I want to ask on the facade, in the initial SketchUp images, it seemed that the inner facades, these kind of cutouts, are having different color or different shade.
Yeah.
But now the result is having all bricks in the same tone. How and when this idea died?
Yeah. You know, the shaping, it was a process, and I show you some part of the project, yeah. But the shape of the building, the shaping was alive till the end, yeah. So there are some differences between design you saw and shaping here, and the bricks. It was the problem with color of facade. As I mentioned that neighbors didn't like dark color because our idea was dark silicate, not cladding, but omítka.
Plaster.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So your initial idea was to have dark plaster.
Dark plaster.
Can I borrow this?
And then we discussed with neighbors, and we were looking for something different than dark plaster. So at the end we designed.
Maybe that was my mistake.
Okay.
So
no,
this is just a play of shadow. It was not
no,
intention to have.
No. It was. You are right.
Okay.
On this picture, we tried to work in a little bit different style. Mm-hmm. So you have surrounding wall, and then two existing volume. You will cut parts, and these cutted parts have a different color. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it was just idea to play with it. Then we decided no, it's just one mess, and it's more simple and more simple and more straight in visual meaning.
I have one last question, and I think it's a fantastic project in terms. It has a nice scale. It has a nice human scale. It has also a great relationship contextually with other buildings, shape-wise, form-wise, but also the color-wise. And my only last question is, what happened? Why did you change the plaster, the idea of the plaster? I don't talk about color, but material. The plaster to the bricks, but then also, if your original intention was to use real bricks, and then because of financial situation or whatever happened, what happened? That the final solution is the brick tiles.
Okay, I know that the real bricks are very expensive in our country. To do the real brick building, we did it, but maybe 25 years ago for 1 million. But now I know that to make if you want to make a brick building for normal people, you have to use just the cladding, just the brick cladding. So our idea was at the beginning we wanted for the building to be real, So we decided that the plaster is more real and more sufficient than other materials. But later we discussed it with our client, and it was an idea of our client, which is a friend of mine, to have brick building because it's more luxury than plaster building. Yeah, and so we were thinking about this idea, and at the end we said, okay, why not? But we can find the exact brick cladding which is perfect in color and in shape, and we try to do it for our client to be happy.
Thank you.
and for people around to be happy, because the color is lighter.
Thank you for answers. Great response. Thank you, and for the presentation.
I thank you.
Okay.
Okay, just introduce. You have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes for question and discussion. So
okay,
you can go.
Thank you very much. I'm Marek Přikryl. I will present you our project, which is a wooden tower enclosed in an aluminum facade and embedded in a historical medieval town of Vysoké Mýto in eastern Bohemia. We can see the total situation of the Schwarzplan. The city still reflects its Gothic parcellation, and it preserves the small scale and the peculiarity of the inner courtyards, which can still be seen in a complete layout of the city. And the hollow view of the city is it's still very intact. Building plot is this red dot, and the site is in the courtyard, in inner courtyard, and the context of this backyard is very unwanted and very random and very actually strong in its charisma and its authenticity. And this unwanted architecture with many shed roofs and vivid colors and actually a true life was one of the most, was probably the strongest inspiration for the tower of the silhouette we have taken from. This is the site plan. So the site was actually this, its inner courtyard, which is surrounded by solid blind walls of the neighbors, and the site is very tiny and everything is cramped there. So these limits pushed actually the extension to the very border of the site so that the rest of the courtyard could remain spacious and airy, and so that the extension wouldn't interfere with the buildings, nor the shading, nor from the fire protection. This is the general layout, ground floor, because of the very limited access to the site, which was actually only through this door. We have chosen a light timber frame construction, because also the client needed that the whole construction would be assembled very quickly.
Excuse me,
yes.
Can you remind the program of the...
Yes, the program was extension of the office. So client, they are constructors. So it's a constructor company, and they needed more space, especially as a meeting room and room for the more space for working. Layout is very simple: one floor, one room. There is just a hidden operational staircase in between ground floor and the first floor. And this is the third floor, or second floor, the attic. Cross sections, longitudinal and cross section. We kept the same height of the building. We were extended. The shape of the shed roof we have taken from the surroundings. The construction is the frame is very simple and very normal. This is the main elevation. We can see that the windows keeps smaller and smaller because there is this is the south facade. So here we need a lot of light. And coming up, we need actually less and less sun, also to protect the building from solar gains. The rest of the elevations, the model just for a better understanding how the site looks like and how everything is cramped there. When we were thinking about facade, we needed a material which would be fireproof, which would be not flammable. Because of the fire restrictions, we are on the very border with the neighbors. Also, the fire restrictions were very strict to design windows and windows openings.
We had to find material which would be also used as a roofing. And finally, we wanted material which would reflect this colorful surrounding and vivid world of this backyard, which we find very, very authentic. So finally, we have come to the aluminium facade, or plain aluminium with no coating, with anything. It's just rough aluminium, and it it keeps changing through all the day. It's never the same. It reflects the sky. It reflects sun. It reflects anything. It's never. It's always changing. So here we go through some photos from the context where the building is set. This is the back facade, actually the north facade. The third floor is also illuminated by the northern skylight, because the southern window was kept just very small because of the solar gains. We go around, another view from this random random composition of these non-visible parts of the city. We were working with the scale of the buildings, and from the buildings one can still reflect and read the medieval or Gothic parcellation. Interior, on the contrary to the metallic facade, in the ground floor was made out of wood. The operational staircase hidden. This is the last floor where we can see the northern skylight, which gives it an airy atmosphere. And finally the side view of the building. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to precise, your intervention is only this one or all the office?
No, it's just this tower.
Okay.
Yes.
Because at the beginning you show us a picture with old building. It was exactly where is the construction?
Oh, was this?
No, before it was picture photography. Yeah, this next.
Okay.
Where we are? Okay. So where we are here?
Oh, this is just the context of
it's a context. Okay.
If you enter this backyard, hidden from the passers-by, it's not visible from the street. You enter this world of.
This kind of building, old building.
Yes. Behind this building, there's already the main square with all this beautiful architecture, but just behind there is this amazing world of unwanted, like this non-architecture, but it's actually very. We have found it very authentic and very inspirational, actually.
So this little building is in wood?
Yes.
Can you explain more about the process and how long is during the construction?
The load-bearing structure is from wood because it appeared the only solution how to actually build it. Since this is the street, this is the only entrance. Because we couldn't get through neighbors to the site, so there was just just normal door. So it was actually quite. It would be really difficult to put thousands of bricks or any other material.
Because a piece of black, it's a building.
Yes, this is the existing building, and this is the extension, and this is the inner courtyard, which remained free. So these limits pushed the extension as small as possible. We have tried to make layout as simple and as small as possible. It's just one room per level. And the connection with the old buildings was also very simple, to make holes for the doors, and that's all, just to click it. So you wanted me to talk a little bit more about the load-bearing structure?
No, it's okay. How long is the construction? So how long has been duration?
Did it take?
Not the construction.
Well, first the foundations are very simple. It's just 3 concrete lines. Then the timber, construction frame come. It would be 1 month, maybe. It was very quick because they measure it in
pre-construct.
Somehow, because you can put all, because of many windows here, you couldn't build it from panels. It was also for the client like impossible to put some crane here. Maybe if the building is bigger, but it's very complicated though. So the construction from the timber was actually chosen as the only way. Of course, there was a big problem with the fire protection, because load-bearing, like wooden structure, and Czech Republic is still developing how to build from wood, and even buildings that are higher than 2 stories, 2 floors. But finally, it was possible. We had to just choose that construction that has some certificate for fire protection, and that's it. And thanks to the sheet facade, thanks to the aluminum facade, these problems were solved.
Yeah, maybe to the aluminum facade, I totally get the idea, choosing the material, but what about this reflective silver color? Wasn't it really uneasy to work with on the site during the construction, or how is it getting older? How does it work in these terms?
Of course, with the time it will get. I mean, when it's brand new, it's very shiny. It's like mirror. Through the years, it will get like more and more. It will lose. Certainly, it's shining. The glossiness, of course. I don't know if you ask about the neighbors, maybe if they comply. I mean, since these are not like main streets, it's just like small windows there, and so this was not the issue. And I haven't heard any like complaints that somebody would be would be a problem.
Thank you so much. I know Vysoké Mýto is a very beautiful town. It's the context is beautiful. It has a beautiful proportion of the streets and the small scale medieval footprints, and also the roofscape is very exciting. So this is of course I understand that this is addition to the exciting roofscape. I just wonder this choice of the raw aluminum surface, since all the form is very contextual. What was the reason to choose the material which is not present and which is actually the contrast to it?
Actually, 1/3 of the roofs is also from aluminum there. Mm-hmm. I mean, this one, that one, that one. Like there are many of them, and when you, this is the photo from there are many towers like this, like medieval ones. This is one of them. If you have a complete view over this roof paysage, actually it's not only there are a variety of materials, and aluminium is maybe a third of them. So from this point of view, the roof somehow melt within the context, and looking at this colorful world, there are, of course, I mean, the majority will be brick, but there are so many colors, and haptically, like there are so many, this wall is painted. There's a wood. There's probably quite everything. So, of course, it could have been more melted down with the surroundings, but we have chosen a reflective material because it would be maybe a new layer. I think it's of course it's present there, but through the silhouette and the scale, it's contrast. It's somehow a contrast to the context, but at the same time, I believe it may improve also the context at the same time.
Yes, but it's okay.
Yeah, yeah. Also, my question wasn't a criticism. I just wanted. I was just curious if that's what you wanted.
I understand the question. Yes,
that you wanted actually the form to stick out and stand up. Another thing which interests me is a very similar question. Since the project is so small, so tiny, and it's completely hidden and invisible from the street, how it all started, how such a client finds an architect, or how it happened that the client actually found a reason to need an architect.
We just know each other. It's just simple.
So it's like old friends from the school, or
well, not,
or you work.
We know each other from the professional.
Yeah, from the construction company.
Yeah, they are. They built bridges, and I don't know. We know just each other for many years.
So it was a friend. It started as a friend.
We can say it's from an old friendship.
Yeah, cool. And maybe one more last question. If you had any sustainability on mind when you were doing the project, if there is any, if you were having any thoughts.
Well, I think timber as a construction material, from certain point of view, can be described as a sustainable material, certainly.
But is there any other thoughts like reusing of the rainwater?
No, it's too small. I mean, there is no sanitation, nothing. There is no single tube actually inside. So, no.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was great.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great time.
So we can start.
Okay. So you have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes for question and discussion.
Okay.
So you go.
So first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to present our project, Zahalka. Let me introduce ourselves just briefly. We are studio under construction architects. We are both partners at work and life partners as well, which gives us an opportunity to think and discuss things from different opinions and basically to discuss all the things life is bringing. We would like to present our project Zahalka, which we were asked to take part in an international competition approximately 4 years ago, when basically the planning permit, the urbanism was done by Peripheriques Architecture from Slovenia, and the next step was to create buildings for like 7 buildings for a block of flats, and we succeed. We were both like with Peripheriques and us. We took the first place, so we had the chance to design one of the objects of the first phase, which is so-called object G, is our, and Peripheriques were designing the F building. The location of the project is a wonderful area next to Vltava River, not so far from the city center, with an excellent connection by tram, by car. So it's a nice and interesting location, especially because it's surrounded by really a lot of greenery. It's golf courts, tennis courts, sport areas, all connected by cycling routes and inline trails. So it's an excellent location for a new development. This development was done is done right in 2 phases. The first phase is these 2 buildings, which are on common base. Underground parking of 3 floors, and then each object is done by 1 studio. We think that we succeeded to keep the similar architectural tongue of the project, and the emphasis was put especially on the environment of a semi-private zone in between the buildings. And we really think that it's important that the common area starts to be the gate to your own private space. Oh. So basically the front door of somebody's flat, it's not the finish line where the design starts and ends, but coming home by common, nicely, thoughtfully made greenery architecture of the park is very important for all the inhabitants. And as you can see, the buildings the density is quite high because we really think that it's important to keep the density within the Prague perimeter. And probably when we create the more dense architecture, then we keep the space for greenery. Prague is a wonderfully green city. But what we need to think about is to create in such locations basically the space, the environment in between those buildings, which is pleasant for the inhabitants. In our building we have 131 flats. In F building there is 109 flats, which gives us something like 240-50. So basically it's a lot of people in one area. They are meeting, they want to share their common space, and we really put, together with Atelier Flera from the garden architectures, we created a space for like pleasant time, spending the time, let's say. Okay, maybe. In our building, sorry, maybe I'll just drink a little bit. In our building, we tried to make the main volume a little bit softer. We tried to make the connection in between the buildings basically with softer views, and the connection in between angled objects are allowing better views, and basically it's not so dense when we consider that there at the end it will be 7 objects. So this was our main idea of the project, and the second main idea was to basically create an interior and exterior for each flat, whether it's on the ground floor or top floor or in the middle. We created balconies which are 2 meters deep, and it's a big enough space to connect the interior and the exterior and try to show people that it's possible to live outside as well as inside, and that their space is not finishing with their windows. But on the other side, we were thinking about sometimes it happens that when you have balconies, people are storing things there, and it might be a little bit tricky. How does it look like when it's not thoughtfully designed, the usage of the exterior space? So we came up with an idea of boxes, which you can see those golden color boxes, which are angled, so it allows the light go into interior, but it's an exterior storage space for the terraces. So anything you want to have your, I don't know, chairs or whatever you want to keep in the terrace, you can as well as store in the storage boxes. We call them boxes, but it's a nice exterior detail which allows you to hide things which is not so nice to just place on the terraces. It gives us as well somehow the angled view and the playful facade with the shadows and the exterior panels. Again, the panels are a detail which is creating somehow the feeling of a little bit hidden space of the terrace. So we are not so exposed to the exterior and other buildings. And you have your own privacy, but you have the nice view towards the greenery. And here we can see that the whole master plan or the urbanism is quite dense. Our building is the building G. And that's why we came up with an idea that the lower part would keep the strict lines, but the upper part is basically angled, so we have not such a sharp shapes towards the buildings, which are a little bit closer in the upper part. An interaction in between those 2 buildings. As I was mentioning, the base is common for the 2 buildings, and then we have 14 floors. The other building is 12 floor height. So, as our building is the highest one, we try to divide into volumes. The lower volume and the upper volume is divided in 5th floor, where we create another possibility of the gardens and some greenery, which is of course for people who are living here, but as well as for those who can see another layer of the park and the greenery. The entrance space, the lobby, is quite generous. It's like through the height of the 2 floors. And we try to make it generous and not squeezed. So all the people coming home, they can sit down for a while and chat with our other neighbors. And it's connected to the outer space. Maybe it will be another. Sorry, it's a floor plan. Maybe just a small explanation of the boxes. How does it work? So basically, these boxes are for storing the things, so as a storage, but we had an idea that it might be used as well as for sauna, or maybe if it's open here, it could be a sandpit for small kids. When it's open, then you can just place anything. For somebody, it could be a small garden or whatever, but in standard, we had as a storage place. So if somebody would like to change it, so within the concept of the design, they might have some other usage for them. Oh, okay. Thank you.
You should slowly finish.
Okay, fine. So maybe I was talking already too much. So just to compare the two buildings as they are working together, the same kind of architectural language. This facade is slightly different and more solid because we have here the main entrance through the 2 floors, as I was mentioning, and it's connected with a little garden, with a grill zone, and towards the greenery, which is on side. Details, as I was mentioning, the panels. And this is some night atmosphere of how does it look like. So this is the view from the golf court, which we do like. And thank you very much for an opportunity to present it. And what I wanted to mention as well, and thanks for the opportunity to a very wise developer who is really taking care of the environment in between the buildings, and we really think it's very important to put an emphasis to that topic, that it's important, this semi-private area, the common zone, and we really think it succeeded. So, thank you.
So,
nice. Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. It looks very beautiful, the project. Could you say something? What I understood is that the apartments in relation to the greenery is something very important. Can you say a bit how this physical relation with the green is? So I understood the visual, that there are openings, the balconies, and that you can see the green. But how do people use the green around, and how is the access to the green?
Mm-hmm. It was quite a discussion about the private gardens, whether to have the private gardens on the lower floors, which are in connection to a ground, or to keep it as designed for the whole project in some basically common design. And we really think that in this kind of project, it's really good when the view from the upper floors, it's not down to the gardens. It's not divided that whoever lives in the ground floor creates their own little gardens. But in such projects where 1,000 people are living in these 2 buildings, it's important that it's somehow unique and basically it has some common sense. Atelier Flera created really nice grill zones, then zones for sport activities, zones for to go with like pets, dogs, yeah. So walking and little amphitheaters. So it's really several possibilities how to use the area in between. Obviously, playground for kids, obviously, but not only that. That we really think not only the playground makes the area livable for people. It's really those functions that you can spend the time. You can just take, I don't know, maybe just a picnic basket and to go and spend the time there. And we really think that it's done really nicely. That even the shape of the building, it's not flat. It's like have some waves, so you can basically find your own space where to go. So.
Nice. Thank you.
Just a question with the section of the building, and I remark that you do some oblique floor. They don't touch the here. That you make something is a little bit.
It's a little bit higher. Yeah.
Yes. You can explain.
Yeah. The whole building is basically on a sloping. On the slope. So this is just one wake section. Maybe on some, I will try to find some better picture. You can see it here, that here it creates almost lower, even 1.5 floor distance from the ground. Here it already touches the ground, and from this part is the entrance. And that's why we were thinking that it's better not to have those private gardens, but like everybody equally using the space. So basically, even if somebody is using the space here, doesn't really affect people who are living in a ground floor. So that was the idea to try to, and basically the slope itself.
But the section you design something like that, and it's fine detail. I think. Do you have a question?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I have a question. The 230 apartments, it's quite a lot of people. And if there is any program with common amenities or shared program or common rooms for the inhabitants.
Yeah. Okay. Our original idea was even to create something like that on a roof, but like. One issue is the safety reason, the other issue is that it's full of technologies up there. So those activities are really held on the ground. Here near the entrance is one zone where people can just meet on the way home, and sometimes even accidentally you just meet some neighbors. And it's in between the two buildings as well. So basically not only from one, but it's really some connection of the two buildings. And it's some meeting zone, let's say. All the other zones is more like you choose to go there. But these common areas are made for people to meet. Yeah. And both buildings, they have quite large and spacious entrance zones with some seating area as well. So you can really chat with your neighbor or just so yeah, we were trying to do that. It was a question whether the reception yes or no, but finally it has no reception, not in one or the other building, but the common zone and the zone where you can meet people and getting to know them, there is there.
What about the 5th floor? Is there anything special, or is the roof access, is the roof terrace public?
Yeah. In the 5th floor, I'm not sure if I have here the.
Maybe even on the section.
Yes, maybe on the, or maybe here just to explain. Unfortunately I don't have the view from above, but there are terraces which are connected to bigger flats on 5th floor. Our building is more about smaller flats, or like economy to smaller flats, and obviously the last two floors are like bigger flats, and the 5th floor, especially because the connection of the garden to the garden or roof gardens, there are bigger flats. So yes, it's used, and it's not only that it gives a chance for the 5th floor to have better flats, but for those people who are living here, they have, as I was mentioning, these like basically a nice view to a greenery, which is like into like in the roof, and then obviously the whole park.
On the level of the district and the neighborhood, is there, what is the plan? Because this is just the first phase, so there will be so many new families living. Is the developer also somehow in touch with the municipality, and what is somehow, is there a coherence, and what is the future plan for
definitely.
New schools and blah, blah, blah?
Definitely, it was like a discussion from the very first moment that from this side there is quite rushy roads, but it's basically from this zone up to the right to the golf courts. It's basically a nice connection to a green zone which is next to the river. We are really close to the river, close to the cycling trail paths or trails, and it was a discussion from very beginning that up to a nice stream, which is actually somewhere in this part, there should be a connection in between a greenery which is directly near the buildings, and the greenery which is more like a park, which is already not with cut grass, but a bit like more natural feeling, and it leads you to the park, which is like then the golf court and near the river of Vltava. So yes, this is the first phase, but the whole area should be obviously there should be kindergartens and other things, which is going to.
Could you speak about the pattern of the facade? Because with this picture, we saw that it's moving, and the design of the facade. Can you speak about it?
As I was mentioning, we were trying to create some semi-privacy for the balconies, but obviously we were playing with some pattern. But then the sunlight and the calculation of the sunlight came, and we needed to make it exactly accordingly for the sun, to let the sunshine go to the interior. So basically, it was a process. How from we didn't want to have it from the very first moment to have it regular, but then even the process of because not all the flats are the same, yeah, and then you create it according how to let the sun exactly to the room, yeah. So it was a process of the facade itself.
Okay, just on the facade, just to follow up, what was the coordination with Peripheriques Architectes? Was it, did you coordinate in what phases, or did you just design it individually and then just in the last moment you see what is your neighbor, or how was this process?
It was more discussions the very beginning about the architectural tongue, but the process itself, it was really, it stayed within the atelier. So sometimes we didn't really know how they will be solving their balconies, but in some stages we were comparing how to make it, and their approach was to create, for example, not so deep balconies, but then to come up with the bay windows, so they have a really nice framed views, because their building is slightly more toward the Vltava river and to the nice green zone. Our is more in front of that area. So basically, their approach was more the focus to the view on the framed bay windows. So yeah, we discussed materials, but we really believe it's like the same architectural tongue, but different details. Yeah. So as you can see, like from, I don't know, railings up to.
You have to come here to speak in the milk room.
Thank you. I have one question that relates to your question. The amenities, the services. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot of people living, the kindergartens, the hairdressers, the little stores, the little bank or bancomat. Where is this kind of been envisioned in the in the competition plan for all, or just in architecture, or not at all?
It is in the urban plan. It is counted in second phase. There is all those like little shops and cafes and kindergarten And I don't really know if it was from municipality that it has to be there, but the developer was obviously, because it's really so many people, it's necessary to have those, like not just the leisure time areas of greenery, but all those things. So yeah, as we are the first phase, now it's not so close distance to the next cafe, because you need to use the one which is existing. But later, when the whole project is done, it's all in there.
So in other buildings.
In the second one.
Yeah, and this will also be designed by these two firms.
It's divided in two phases. The first phase is these two buildings, the building G and F, which is under construction and by Peripheriques Architecture, and the second phase is Israeli architects, Yashar architects, and they are doing the second phase of the remaining
all the remaining five buildings.
The remaining five buildings, yes.
Okay. Another question, if I may, is just it relates to his question, the accessibility of the public areas in the landscape. Could you just show the plan of the whole, just to see how your building and Peripheriques buildings, they do kind of open to the landscape?
I'm not
on the
quite
plan.
sure if I have that.
It was a city. Yeah, this one is fine. Yeah.
So basically,
so it's F and G.
The car entrance is here. If you are a pedestrian, you would come here. You would go up a little bit, and then entrances are from this zone, and all these zones are like common areas. Which this was the zone, the meeting point in front of our building. So this is the entrance to the G building. This is the entrance to F building, and this is the area where basically it's really nicely accessible, walking like uphill.
Okay, thank you.
And here are the other functions I was mentioning, the little amphitheater, then the pet area, let's say, and the sport area.
Thank you.
So we have to stop now.
Right.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Okay. So you have 10 minutes to present your project, and we have 10 minutes to have a question and discussion. So it's on now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barbara Babocka. I'm head of interiors at Studio Perspective. My colleague Martin couldn't attend. He's terribly sorry, but I hope I can present you the project. So I don't have the thing to switch the slides. Nothing. Okay, the Library and Innovation Hub is situated in the International School of Prague, which is situated in Nebušice. It's a large complex where is primary school and also high school, so kids from 6 to 18 years attend the school. So library is kind of a heart of the school and is situated in the center of the complex. The complex was finished in 1997, so since then technologies and everything in life at the library evolved a lot. So assignment was clear, and it was kind of a challenge. We entered the existing premises of the school, a library, and Idea Lab. And the crucial part was that the reconstruction had to be done in 2 months of summer break. So in the design, we have to think about this time scale. And also, the original purpose of the library and Idea Lab has changed and evolved, so we had to adapt the design accordingly. Our initial idea when we started to think about the concept was to maybe unify the space with an artwork, and which can be manifestation of how we see the learning and the process and the library. We think of educational process. It is not linear thing. It's kind of a labyrinth of experiences. We wanted to make a comfortable place for kids and for staff, for teachers to enter the library and find the inspiration and imaginary worlds in the books. And we values of renowned artist Peter Sis resonates within us. And last year, while we were preparing the project, there was an exhibition at Dogs Gallery, which was called On Flying and Other Dreams, which represented the works of Peter Sis. So we took the labyrinth as inspiration for the setup of the library and also the idea and the way of life or living. So I will take you to the journey of knowledge throughout the project. We had a great pleasure because the management of the school was really helpful, so we can build this new learning concept, which needs to be balanced because we were entering the existing building, integrated because it serves kids, as I mentioned, from 6 to 18 years, efficient because of the short time span which was dedicated for the reconstruction, flexible because time is ever changing, so we didn't want to propose something static but dynamic which can change accordingly to a school's needs. And definitely iconic, as I mentioned in the beginning, that we see that the library is heart of the school, and the library was the first part which went under reconstruction, and this was maybe the starting point of modernization of the rest of the school. The library and like the area of Idea Lab and this space was really, I would say, cluttered. So our main aim was to declutter the space, open it. So we were working with the already existing elements, such as the wall you can see in the back. So we did few perforations. we wanted to make kind of a dominant, which will connect both mezzanine and the ground floor, and which will connect study rooms or multi-purpose room on the top floor with the life in the library, because the library was and is now like really living organism during the day. This is the overview where you can already see the aim and the maze inspired setup. The school invited librarians from the UK to help us with the book setup. Another challenging requirement was the amount of the books to fit everything they need and have some reserve. So we were like the team to deliver this project was really strong, I think. And as I mentioned before, on the ground floor, we proposed the welcoming area, which is directly connected to Idea Lab. I will talk later on. And the main body of the library is divided into small islands, so you can wander through the maze and encounter various typologies of lounge zones, maybe more places to study, more like different typologies. And there is also a backstage for librarians and small nook for primary school kids who are using the library during the day. On the mezzanine, it is more focused for teenagers and for higher school. We proposed small study room. They can like work together in smaller groups on larger groups, and also there is a multi-purpose room which can be used for conference or lecture or anything they need. So by this layout, we integrated more functions. It is not just a library. It is kind of a hub which can be used by teachers, by students, but also by parents or staff or family members. This is the section of the library. So you can see that the body of a library space is kind of a sacral, and we put as a central piece the artwork of Peter Sees I mentioned in the beginning. So we wanted to use this welcoming and big area to like maybe have a point to focus on. This is another overview. You can see how the maze goes, the small islands. And this part is more dedicated to primary school, this for higher school. So you can see the different typology. This is more for studying, this is more for lounging and everything. The color palette arises naturally. As I mentioned before, we were aiming for flexibility. So built-in elements are made of durable materials, and we wanted to have a warming effect, so it's made in oak. And the flexible element, which is the furniture, is a pop of color, which really has a nice touch with the books and the life. This is an overview from the realization. So this is the entrance. The receptionists or the librarians have nice overview over the library. And the material palette goes like this, pops of color in furniture, but the base, which is made from durable and long-lasting materials. The wall I was describing in the beginning is differentiated from the rest of the walls by structured plaster to give it dominance and also the haptic quality. And the crucial thing was also the acoustics. So we solved this problem with felt panels and wooden grills, which you could see on the wall. Another connection with work of Peter Sees are these acoustic swallows. It's kind of a dynamic sculpture we wanted to add because it's known from the films or something. It's like papers and freedom and everything. So this is like a free reinterpretation of the Petersi's birds, and these swallows also work as an acoustic panel. This is a view from the mezzanine. So this is the part I was describing before: study rooms for older kids, lounge area, and the bottom part, so you have a nice view from the mezzanine. We used direct and indirect lighting in the library to give it a more cozy atmosphere. The largest bespoke element we were able to propose in the time which was given are these staircase. So it helps us to connect the top and the bottom and integrate these two parts into one living organism. We didn't want to make it just as a stairs. It works as a lounge area, or also it could serve as a small auditorium here or a showcase for the books. So flexible and not boring, I would say. So this is it. This is the detail of the felt and the grills, which helps us to acoustically. Idea Lab is part of a library, and it is well connected. Before it was not. We see that the ISP, the new learning concept, is on the, like, this is not just about the theory, it's also about putting into practice. So this is direct connection between library where you study and this Idea Lab where you create. Makes nice synergy, and we kept it in the kind of the same design. This is a good connection, and this is the way how the learning at ISP goes. And we think that the books are a source of inspiration and imagination. And if someone can imagine something, it's easier for them to achieve it. So this is maybe a reminiscence of that. And this is the last slide. Yeah, this is the last slide. So this is probably everything I wanted to say, and the pictures are made by Studio Flusser, who came up also with this idea of the kids becoming someone. Yeah. Thank you for the attention.
I have a quick, simple question. Did you succeed constructing all this and everything within 2 months?
Yes, we did. Due to the great team at the site, and we planned it really ahead. This maybe was a limit in the design, I would say, but we tried to be prepared, and with the last ring of the bell, construction began, and in the beginning of the year it was ready for kids. So yes, we did it.
And maybe a question, if all these elements, if you got already anything pre-selected, or if there was already something chosen that you had to work with, or is everything part of the project which is chosen? Yeah, all elements, which I mean furniture,
everything is
all
part
the
of
furniture.
The project.
Yeah.
We received the library as the picture in the beginning. So the only thing we had to was we couldn't affect the structural things. We couldn't. The HVAC systems were a little bit modified because of the change of the rooms, but not much. So there were many limitations to be able to finish the project in 2 months. But everything is part of the project. And then, as I mentioned, also the design was developed with the librarians from the UK who had practice in it. So everything is bespoke, I would say.
And do you have any feedback from the users when they came back to school? Did you hear, did you see?
When I was going through this presentation, my colleague who was in charge of the realization. She showed me the pictures with the kids lying here on the lounge zones, and the light is really, I see that they're using these stairs now for the showcase of the books. So I think it's a very successful project, and people and kids are enjoying it. As I saw on the pictures, I haven't been there.
And
during the school year.
Do you still, is there any afterlife of this project that you are still in touch with the client and you would respond to any requests that something maybe needs to be improved or changed, something works, something doesn't work? Is there a future of the project?
Yeah, when we were approaching the project, they were maybe kind of thinking of a master plan of the school, but for now we finished the library and we were working on a redesign of the corridors.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So in the same manner, like same materiality and colors. So I think the school, there are some parts of the school which needs this renovation and adaptation for new uses. So we continued with the hallways. We will see what's coming next.
And last question from my side. On the plan, there was something funky, which I was wondering if it was just a plan mistake or if there is some funky balcony. Or what is this?
It's a column, and I'm not sure if it's not something like a tower. This is part of the building which is existing already. It was done in early 90s, so it has these funky elements all around.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't know if I didn't catch it, but if you mention it, so sorry. But I'm curious about the collaboration with the artists. How did you find them? Did you, I don't know, make the research, or you just liked them and it was working with them, or previous work on different projects?
Yeah, the ISP had a previous collaboration with Paysage before, so we directly contacted him with a request that we would like to use this labyrinth, and it was very smooth. They said yes. It's a great project, let's do it. In the beginning, we were thinking about making it as a tapestry, but due to the maintenance, it's better, it's like a textile panel, which is like printed. So it's just a fragment of the whole illustration. So they send us the data, and it's kind of a replica.
Could you explain more the position of the swallow and the light, because I think the light is a little bit straight and the swallow are up, but we didn't see so much. So could you explain?
The position of the light and the swallows?
Yes.
Maybe
how do you choose it?
This is the view from the bottom. As I mentioned before, we couldn't affect the structural thing, so we couldn't hang anything from the ceiling. That's why we used wall. Yeah. Maybe I can. It's visible here. Yes. So the position of the light was to have the feeling of the space, to have direct and indirect light, to give it an atmosphere, and also to enlight the swallows. So this was kind of a good ratio of where to put the swans to still have the acoustic effect, and also have efficient lighting conditions for the library. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
No, it's okay.
So the light is shining not only down but also up.
Yeah.
Correct? Yes. Okay.
No, for me it's okay. What's a question? Do you have a question?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.